Attorney Manning, have you concluded that offer approved?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just like to be heard on it if I can.
Yes.
Thank you. With respect to the presumptive test, Your Honor has already ruled I would like to clarify, I know Your Honor is concerned with respect to the conclusive nature, if there's any on the direct examination. What I would like to is that this is a conclusory test. Number one, because it's not. Number two, because I don't believe Detective Riley testified to that, nor will he. What I would indicate is fall back on the many arguments that we had on Friday concerning the fact that it goes to its weight, not its admissibility, and would focus as well on the fact that it can be cross-examined, which I'm sure Attorney Shohern will cross-examine on that subject. Just because something is inconclusive does not mean it is inadmissible. With respect to the nature of the testimony, Your Honor, the witness was very clear that he was trained by the lab, that he did this test, I forget how many times, but for how many years, numerous times. He was also very clear that it's a presumptive test, that it could be anything from human blood, animal blood, to also come out with radishes or something that is not blood related. All of that can go to before the jury and they can make their own determination. It really is, in the state's view, up to the jury to determine, in light of all the evidence that's presented, whether or not what Detective Riley testified to is blood or radishes. So the state for it.
Yes. What the state has not indicated is that there was no confirmatory test whatsoever. I spent the weekend looking for it following when they took a swipe, when it went to the lab. There's no evidence this is even blood. So therefore, not only has it no probative value, as Moody points out by itself, there's no confirmatory test whatsoever. But I'll go further. It was then sent to the DNA department at the state lab doulos in that sample. There was some unknown DNA that they found, but it did not apply to anyone connected to this case. So wholly aside from the fact that that this is not a matter, as the Supreme Court said, where it's inconclusive, the Supreme Court has said it has no evidence, as I understand it, the limited information, because when it was collected on the floor, there was a suggestion that it was then part of the blood. There was there were some visible drops that were believed to be blood, and then Your Honor said it was sent on. But this now has to do with the Chevy Suburban. There is no evidence of blood. I want to emphasize that will be introduced. That was even, to my knowledge, tested. I was looking for a confirmatory test. Therefore, and it's not the DNA, there was no DNA of Jennifer Doulos in there. So the sole purpose is prejudicial. The sole purpose is to give the false impression, and I'll emphasize, false impression that Mrs. Doulos might have been in the rear of that compartment, and it's going to be, I don't know when, somewhere down the road where I'm only going to be able to cross-examine to show that it was not related to the case. So the state has, in my view, tried to introduce something that has zero evidentiary value, never mind getting to the weighing of probative versus highly prejudicial. It's to suggest falsely. It would be, in my view, it's as erroneous as putting on false testimony, perjured testimony, because it has no value even down the road. So the court made a ruling based on just what was presented at the time. We're going to allow a detective who collected samples now to testify as to its meaning, when all he did, as far as I can tell, is he gets kits from the lab and is taught how to use it. I note that phenolphthalein, which is one of the things in the kit, you know, when previously, I don't have one now, I had an in-ground swimming pool at my house. That's what you test for chlorine levels. It turns red. If it's too dark, it gets bright red. If it's too little, it's pink. So that's what we're talking about. A little kit, you spray it in this case, or you put some on, you dab it on. And I think, what was the second thing? Peroxide. Again, I don't have that much familiarity with hydrogen peroxide other than it's used for infection sometime. And I guess some people bleach their hair with it. But the fact that he's going to then go on and explain what it is when he has no scientific acumen whatsoever, there's no training in that, when the jury's going to be hearing this based on what I submit as a lay opinion, and then later on at some point we're going to hear it didn't lead anywhere. So I don't even understand why it's being offered.
If I can just address the fact that counsel is comparing it to perjured testimony here, I want to talk about false representations. There are two items that I think are at issue and should be separated and clarified. One, the presumptive test that Detective Riley talked about with respect to the tissues or the paper towels, which I think was what the objection came from. The other, he is now throwing into that same argument and objection, is the luminol pictures, which is the trunk of the Chevy Suburban. So just to keep those totally separate here, with respect to the paper towels in the presumptive test that Detective Riley did on that, as well as numerous items in the garage that day, the state will stand on its argument, but also reiterate the fact that a confirmatory test was not done at the lab, and it's purely on a presumptive level, makes it even more clear to the jury the nature of this testimony. This is a presumptive test. It is inclusive. It's inclusive. It's not a conclusory lab test. It could be A, B, or C. Detective Riley is going to testify to that. It is clear. The jury can give it the weight it deserves. Switching to now the luminol, we can talk about false representations. Counsel indicated on Friday to the court that there was testing done on that trunk that came back that there was no blood in that Chevy Suburban. There was no testing that was done with respect to blood on that trunk. So that representation is completely false. With respect to the luminol pictures, Detective Riley, when he testifies to it, and when we get there, which I believe was Your Honor's ruling on Friday, they were admitted for ID only until the offer of proof would come with respect to those photographs, which the state was not able to elicit. But apparently we're talking about that now. Those, Your Honor, again, presumptive nature, it's a presumptive test. It is what it is. Just because it is inconclusive does not make it inadmissible in light of all the other evidences presented.
Thank you. First, the court will address the contention that the jury will receive a false impression that the blood of Jennifer Dulos was found in the vehicle. The jury will hear the testimony from this witness and essentially is not testifying as an expert. He's testifying about his training as to what he was trained to conclude based on certain circumstances and results. If the jury hears testimony about a presumptive test, then the jury has to understand what the term presumptive means. That's going to be up to the state or the defense of both. The testimony by this witness and the wide open avenue for cross-examination in this court's view does not allow the jury to fall simply into a hole of false impressions. The court will allow the testimony. And bring the jury in, please.
Just for clarification, is the court also going to allow this witness to explain what the test does without a foundation as to his scientific, lack of scientific ability, or is he just going to be able to state that he collected it for that reason?
Well, the court is going to wait to hear the questions. And counsel has the opportunity to object. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. The counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is your witness here?
He
Diana?
is, Your Honor. State would recall Detective Riley. I may just inquire if everybody's television.
And Detective Riley is still under oath. You may be seated at that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Detective, will you please just indicate, just for purposes of the record, your full name?
Yes, it's Matthew Riley, R-E-I-L-L-Y. Yes, ma'am.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor, my wire got disconnected for the television. Thank you. Your Honor, for the record, I'm calling up states 9. I believe when we left off, it would be on file 3. And photograph 8. Okay. Detective Riley, how are you?
Good, ma'am. Thank you.
Just to recap a couple questions, we can take a look at the screen behind you. Again, states 9, file 4, picture 8. And briefly, if you could just describe what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, that's a paper towel roll that I found on the counter of the kitchen island. It's 69 wells.
And the 13?
The 13 is a evidence placard that denotes it's going to be seized as State Police Exhibit 13.
And did you put that 13 there?
Yes.
Picture 9, what does that depict?
That depicts some of the blood-like stains I found on the paper towel roll.
Now, sir, did you do anything with that paper towel holder?
I field tested it for the presence of blood, ensured it was photographed and documented, and then I packaged it.
Okay, a couple questions if I can.
Yes.
When you say field test, what does that mean?
I field tested it for blood. It's I use a screening test called the Castlemeyer test.
Note my objection.
Thank you.
And for this test, I use 2 chemical reagents, phenolphthalein and hydrogen peroxide. And
If you can just walk me through what exactly is a Castlemeyer test?
It's a presumptive blood test.
Well, I would object, Your Honor, and there's been lack of foundation to this testimony.
Well, the question is, what is this field test? And the objection is,
There's a lack of foundation. This witness can, like, I think the question is, what is a Castle-Meyer test? But I thought the question was.
If I can, Your Honor, I'll withdraw it and go back. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. Sir, have you received any training with respect to conducting presumptive tests?
Yes, I have.
What training have you received?
I've received training both at the State Police Forensic Lab on this particular test and in one of the crime scene courses I took at the University of New Haven on other tests.
With respect to this particular test, what year did you receive that training?
Sometime in the early 2000s.
And about how many tests have you performed?
Thousands, man.
Okay. Now, asking exactly how do you perform this test?
You perform the test by taking a swab, one of those long handled Q-tips, taking some of the material, the suspected blood, onto the swab. Then you put a drop of the phenolphthalein on it, wait a couple of seconds. Then you put a drop of the hydrogen peroxide on it. And if you get an immediate color change, it'll turn a bright pink color. That's a positive test.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, did you say the phenol? I'm going to butcher that.
Phenolphthalein.
Phenolphthalein. Where do you get that?
I get that chemical from the State Police Forensic Lab in Meriden.
And the other item that you use?
Which is the hydrogen peroxide and the sterile water that I use as a solvent. I get those from a chemical supply house.
And are these common tools on the van?
Yes.
Okay. Are they designated in different tubes? Can you walk me through how you store those chemicals?
The chemicals are stored in a refrigerator on the van, in a almost looks like a plastic fishing box.
Sir, about how many residences or vehicles have you processed in your career with the Western District Major Crimes van?
Countless, ma'am.
Okay.
It's approximately 1,000 crime scenes.
And how many years were you with the van?
14, ma'am.
Okay. And how many times have you utilized that test that you were trained in?
I've utilized this particular test thousands of times.
Now, with respect to the actual process of conducting the test, can you walk us through what you do? I believe you indicated you swab the item.
Yes. So prior to using this test, I'll test the reagents on a known blood source in the van. We use horse blood or pig blood. And then for each suspected blood stain, I'll go ahead and take a swab of the suspected material. In this case, I took it from inside the cardboard tube. Put a little bit on the Q-tip, treated it with 1 drop of phenolphthalein, waited a second or two, then I put a drop of the hydrogen peroxide on.
Does the swabbing of the actual item damage or alter the item itself?
No, it does not.
Now, you mentioned you did a control with animal blood or horse blood.
Yes.
Do you keep that in the van?
Yes, we do.
Okay, why do you do that?
It validates the test. It ensures that the reagents are working properly.
Do you do that every time you use that same reagent?
At the beginning of processing, yes.
Okay. And if you were to open a new reagent, would you test it first?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that test to your on this day, on May 25th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if it changes color, what color does it change into?
It changes a bright pink.
And what are the results? What does it mean when it changes a bright pink?
It's a presumptive blood test. It just tells us that the material is presumably blood, but it doesn't tell us whether or not it's human blood or animal blood. We will get a positive test result on any blood.
Your Honor, I'm going to object now. This goes into scientific testimony, and his opinion as to the conclusion of what it shows is not based on his training or his scientific acumen.
Well, the response is a presumptive test, and that the presumptive test is not, as the court understands the testimony, limited to human hemoglobin. And so the objection is overruled.
Is it conclusory in any way?
No, further testing needs to be done by the forensic lab.
If I just may have one moment, Your Honor. And did you conduct that test on Exhibit 13, the paper towel swabbing that you did?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
The test was positive.
Actually, I should ask you this, sir, if I can. With respect to the kitchen area of 69 Wells, did you seize anything else in that area?
Yes.
What did you seize?
I found another blood-like stain on the faucet,
And is that the kitchen faucet?
the kitchen faucet on that center island.
Actually gonna draw your attention, sir, to the screen behind you, states 9, file 3, picture 10. If you can, just explain what's depicted in that photograph.
This is the kitchen sink faucet on that island in the kitchen. And what you see there, marked by a adhesive label marked Exhibit 79, is the location of a dilute blood-like stain.
If you can, could you please, Your Honor, may I
Yes.
ask him? Sir, if you could approach the screen, please, and just point out to where you're addressing.
It's right in this area.
Okay, the lower right-hand corner, I'm actually gonna scroll in. If you can, sir, there's a white, I guess, ruler marking there. Did you put that there?
Yes.
Okay. And EX79, what does that mean?
That's just our designation. Again, that's going to be State Police Exhibit 79.
And the marking that drew your attention, is that located on the screen with it zoomed in?
This area here, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything, with respect to that area?
This area was field tested, again, using that Castlemeyer test. And the area was marked as an exhibit. And then I later collected a sample of this stain with 2 swabs that were moistened with sterile water.
Okay. Couple of questions on that. You tested it utilizing the same procedure that you just testified to?
Yes, it's always the same procedure.
Did you wear gloves while you did so?
Yes,
And any other protective gear?
just gloves.
Now, with respect to that Castlemeyer, can I call it KM?
Yes,
Is that okay? With respect to the KM test, what was the result?
the test was positive.
And you indicated you took 2 swabbings. Was that after the test or before?
After the test.
And why 2?
We take 2 swabbings just for more samples, to collect more samples.
With respect to this this kitchen sink area, did you take any more samples or seize anything on the sink faucet?
Yes, up in this area here, we found another dilute blood stain.
Picture 11,
Yes.
if you can, sir. Could you please point out where and what you see in that photograph?
Yes, this is the dilute blood-like stain we found.
What did you do, if anything?
Again, the area was initially field tested using that KM test. The test yielded a positive result.
Could I just have a continuing objection so I don't have to keep interrupting on this issue with regard to the presumptive?
Thank you, overruled.
And following the test, I marked it as Exhibit 14 and later collected it with that same process of utilizing 2 swabs.
And with respect to the kitchen, sir, anything else in the kitchen area?
Yes, they're down below in the cabinet underneath the sink. We found some items of interest.
States 9, picture 12. What does that depict?
This depicts, let's say, Exhibit 15, which was a blood-like stain that we found on the handle.
Sir, if I scroll in there, do you see, if you could point out, or is that blood-like stain shown on that?
Yes, it's this area here.
What did you do, if anything?
Again, it was field tested with KM. Positive test result. It was marked, photographed, and collected with that same 2 swab process.
And it says EX15. What does that mean?
State Police Exhibit 15.
Thank you. Now, inside, I see there's a yellow placard, 17. What does that mean?
We found 2 items of interest in there
Actually,
inside the cabinet.
if I can, I'm gonna go back one, actually, if I can.
Sure.
I'll just show you 14. If I can, states 9, picture 14, please, in file 3. You can explain what that photograph depicts, please.
The 2 items of interest that we collected from underneath the sink were Exhibit 16, which was a pair of latex gloves, and Exhibit 17, which was a box of white plastic trash bags.
Did you make the decision to seize 16?
Yes.
Why?
The gloves had a texture to them. They're dishwashing gloves. And I previously on our walkthrough, we found a blood-like stain pattern in the garage on the floor that appeared to be a glove print. And the print appeared to have some sort of texture to it. It was somewhat similar to these gloves here.
And the 16, what does that delineate?
Again, State Police Exhibit 16.
And 17?
17 is the box of hefty trash bags.
Did you make the decision to seize those, sir?
Yes.
Why?
Just because we found what appeared to be evidence of cleanup inside the garage. So it was, we assumed that possibly one of these trash bags may have been used. And if found, maybe they could match it back to that box.
What day did you collect this evidence?
This was collected on May 25th of 2019.
Thank you. Anything else in the kitchen that you seized or swapped that day?
We found another blood-like stain up on the edge of the countertop.
Can, states 15. What does that depict, sir?
Again, that's the this blood-like stain here. That's discoloration.
And what did you do, if anything?
We field tested it for blood using that KM test. It was positive, and then we collected it using that same swabbing method.
2 swabs as well?
2 swabs.
Okay. I want to show you what's marked as states 16. I'm sorry, it's actually states 9, file 3, states picture 16. What is that?
This is a toothbrush that I found in the master bathroom upstairs on the second floor.
And there is a yellow placard 31. What does that mean?
We seized that as State Police Exhibit 31.
Why did you seize the toothbrush?
In missing person investigation, we attempt to collect a pseudonym or something that a pseudonym DNA profile can be developed from. We do this by either collecting the missing person's toothbrush or razor, something of that nature.
By missing person, do you mean Jennifer Farber-Dulos?
Yes, ma'am, Jennifer Dulos.
On May 25th, 2019, did you collect anything else from the house?
Yes, several other items.
You can have a seat, sir. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 17. Actually, it's 9, file 3, picture 17. What is that?
That is a hair that we found on the garage floor.
Now, you indicated you did not process the garage on 525. Did you take this out of the garage on 525?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why this item?
Because the hair was loose and it could have easily blown away.
If I can, I'm just going to scroll up. Is the hair depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Now, with respect to, actually, I apologize, strike that. And I'm going to show you what's marked as picture 18. What is that photograph?
That is one of the seals that we use to seal up the house at the conclusion of processing on the 25th. That is on the, appears to be the central garage bay.
That red tape that's depicted in the center part of the photograph, did you put that anywhere else in the house?
Yes, on the garage bay doors and the front door and
Do you recall any other ones?
not off the top of my head, man.
Okay. With respect to, oh, yes, actually, thank you. Right above the red tape, right, that the gray marking, what is that?
That's a garage door remote.
Okay. And did you take any action with respect to that?
Yes, on the 25th, I swabbed that in an attempt to collect any latent DNA material that may have been on it.
Okay, did you use that same 2-swab process?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 25th, did you, again, why didn't you process the garage on the 25th?
Our plan was to call in a bloodstain expert to come in to process the garage with us.
And who did you call?
It was then Lieutenant Mark Davison.
Okay. And what day was he scheduled to process the scene with you?
Objection irrelevant with this witness.
Well,
And
the
here's-
question is on what day was he scheduled to process the scene? And the objection is relevant, overruled.
He was scheduled to come on the 27th, which was Monday.
Now, did you go anywhere else on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
In the morning, I went to Lapham Road in New Canaan.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna have you take a look behind you. This would be States 9, File 5, Photograph 1. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
that's an overhead view of the area of Lapham Road that I visited on the morning of the 25th.
If you could, would you mind standing up and just pointing to the area that you visited that morning?
It was journaling in this area here.
Why did you go there? You can have a seat, sir.
Well, before you proceed, counsel, would you just indicate for the record what quadrant of the photograph
Oh,
the witness pointed to?
I apologize, Your Honor. For the record, that would be the middle to lower center right area. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, why did you respond there?
We learned that the New Canaan Police Department had located Jennifer Dulos's Chevy Suburban on that road, and that they were going to be in the process of towing it back to their police department. We wanted to go there first to take a look at the outside of it, photograph it before it was loaded onto the tow truck.
What time did you go to Lapham Road that day?
It was in the morning, approximately 7 o'clock.
What did you do when you arrived on scene?
I looked at the outside of the vehicle, and then photographed 4 sides of it.
Did you walk around the entire vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
And with respect to, well, if I can, I'm going to show you, you can take a look behind you. This is again file 5, states 9. Picture 2, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the photograph of the Chevy Suburban I was speaking about.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
Now, with respect to walking around the vehicle, how close was it to the, I guess, foliage and trees next to it?
I believe the right-hand side of the vehicle was right up against the bushes.
And the right-hand side, would that be the driver's or the passenger side?
I'm sorry, the passenger side.
Thank you. And the direction of the vehicle parked, I guess, is that, actually, if I can just go back briefly to picture 1. Sir, do you know what road is on the bottom here going from left to right?
That's the Merritt Parkway,
Okay.
Route 15.
And with respect to the vehicle, how it was parked, do you know which direction it was facing? Was it towards or away from the Merritt
It
Parkway?
was facing the Merritt.
Now I'll show you picture 3. What does that depict?
That's the left or driver's side of the vehicle.
And picture 4.
That's the rear of the vehicle.
Now, were you able to walk around the vehicle over here on the right side? You can see my cursor.
Yes.
And did you find anything on that vehicle that you took note of?
I found some blood-like stains on the outside of the vehicle.
Where?
On the outside of the vehicle.
Okay, and where on the outside of the vehicle?
I believe it was on the rear bumper.
Did you photograph them?
Yes, I did.
Or I should say, I'm sorry. 5, states 5, what is that?
That's one of the blood-like stains I found on the vehicle.
Now, if I scroll in, it does not have, this photograph doesn't have a writing here. Did you put that white, I guess, measurement marker that we've seen?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's nothing written on it. Is there a reason why?
I just included it in the photograph for scale.
Did you process or take any action with the vehicle as it remained on scene?
No.
And what does 6 depict, please?
Again, that's another view of that same stain.
Now, so I'm going to draw your attention back to May 27th. Well, actually, before I go there, I'm sorry, strike that. The evidence that you collected on May 25th, I think we went through some of them, the swabbings, the being through, I forget the number now. What happened to the evidence after you packaged it and gave it a evidence number?
The evidence was sealed, and I labeled them appropriately per our protocol. Some of the electronic evidence was turned over to the New Canaan Police Department so they could pursue those items, examine those.
With respect to the items that you were shown photographs of, what
Yes.
happened to those?
I secured those in the major crime van. And at the conclusion of processing, I drove those up to our headquarters in Litchfield, secured them in the evidence room. And then on the 27th in the morning, I returned to Litchfield, took them out of the evidence room, put them on the major crime van, and drove them back down to New Canaan.
Why did you do that?
Because they were still in our custody.
Okay, and was it a state police case at this point?
I'm not sure when that changed, ma'am. We wanted to keep the evidence together, and normally we turn over evidence to the local police departments when we do an assist all at once.
Okay. And on the 27th, did you drive the van to 69 Wells that day?
Yes.
And in the van, is there a place to store the evidence?
We usually keep it in a banker's box on the floor.
And when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane on May 27th, who was there?
A lot of the same crew from the 25th was there, with the addition of Detective Jamie Pierston and Lieutenant Mark Davison.
And between 525 and, well, strike that if I can, that photograph we showed you with the red tape
Yes.
on the doors, was that in the same location when you arrived back on 527?
Yes.
Was anyone from New Canaan Police Department on scene on 527?
They had posted a uniformed officer in the driveway.
Did you see anybody from New Canaan Police Department go into the residence with you that day, or not with you? Did you just see them?
Yeah, they were just in the driveway, ma'am.
Did they enter the garage?
Not while we were processing it.
Now, on May 27th, did you process any other area other than the garage?
Yes, we, again, continued to look through the rest of the house. In addition to the garage, we also did a latent print exam in various areas of the house.
Did you do that before you processed the garage or after?
It was pretty much ongoing. However, the latent print exam was probably one of the last things we did.
Why do you do that as part of the last things you do?
Because we use standard fingerprint powders and it really makes a mess.
All right. Was in the processing of the garage, was the garage, I guess, divided up?
Yes, we came up with a grid system just to make documentation easier. We laid out a grid with yellow tape similar to masking tape that has measurements on it. And we gave them letter designations, A, B, C, D, all the way up to G.
You mentioned Detective Pierston was present with you on 527. What was her assignment?
Her assignment was to create a sketch map of the garage.
Have you reviewed those sketch maps, sir?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. I am in States 9, File 6. And actually, if I may. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen behind you, sir?
Yes, that is one of the finished maps that Detective Pearson created.
Did you have a particular process or procedure you conducted throughout the garage that day?
The garage was examined, for evidence along with the documentation done by Lieutenant Davison. We kind of worked it together.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, starting with garage A, marked A, if I can. Do you recognize the map behind you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the letters and numbers that are printed inside of A, for instance, A18, A17, A16, what exactly are those supposed to designate?
Those numbers are for individual stains that Lieutenant Davison designated for his examination.
And the EX numbers or the EX letters?
Right, so those were samples that I took for DNA identification purposes. So Lieutenant Davison was examining the bloodstain patterns, and in his examination, he selected stains, gave them those letter designations, and from each stain pattern, I chose one and collected it.
Why did you only choose one?
Really, it's just to get a representative DNA profile from that stain pattern or region of the garage.
And as you say, you chose one. What did you do? I mean, if you could walk us through the process briefly.
Using the same method that I used on the previous blood-like stains, I field tested it with a KM test. Noted that, whether it was positive or negative, and then using that two swab process with swabs moistened with sterile water, I collected the stains.
I can just have a moment. It is. So just a couple questions if I can. If you can take a look behind you. Showing the map on the left, but on the right side, it's photograph 2 out of file 6 on states 9. What does that depict?
That depicts the photograph, an overall photograph of Area A, and corresponding overhead view on the sketch map of Area A.
Was that prior to processing?
This was in the process. This was the beginning of that examination.
Okay. And I'm actually going to bring that back down. Okay. Picture 3 of that same file. Sir, what does that depict?
Again, that's just another view of Area A.
If I can, just draw your attention and ask you some questions about these. There's a sort of like an upside down L-shaped file. What is that there for?
That's to help give scale to, may I approach the
If you
screen now?
can, thank you.
So you can see this discoloration here. That appeared to us to be white mark, where maybe some blood-like material was on the floor, and there was an attempt made to wipe it up.
Can't hear.
I'm sorry, sir. If you can, just move that microphone behind you, maybe up a little. The one. Thank you. And the yellow arrow up on the upper middle part of that photograph, what does that depict?
That's usually placed by the photographer to denote the north.
So it's directional.
It's directional, correct.
And this yellow marking, is that the yellow marking you were talking about before?
Correct, that's that yellow masking tape I was talking about.
Okay. Now, with respect to these 3 items, did you put those down?
No, I did not.
And over here on the right-hand side, we have that same, I guess, ruler marking. What does that depict?
That's, that same L scale is being used to denote another stain pattern found on the garage floor.
And is
close
that,
to the wall.
oh, I'm sorry. Is that for documentation?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the rest of the garage floor, there's these little dots here all over. I'm gonna push the photograph up if I can. All these little markings. What are those?
I mean, it's a garage floor. So you have plant material, you have, you know, other types of vegetation, you have sand, road salt.
Now, I'm going to show you picture 4, sir. In that same file. What is this?
This is part of Lieutenant Dacey's examination of the garage floor.
Were you present when these markers were placed down?
When they were placed down, no. But I was, I observed these in place.
And just to, and what do they read, please?
They read A12, A13, A14, and A15 with my marking of State Police Exhibit 40.
And this is this corresponding on the map on the left-hand side of the screen?
Yes, in this area here.
Okay. And with respect to states 40, did you utilize that same 2-swab process in swabbing it?
It's the same process. It's first KM tested and then collected with the 2 swabs.
And the KM test?
Was positive.
And just to clarify, this is which one is what is this depicted?
That is stained A12.
Okay, if you can, sir, I'm just going to show you a series of photographs. If you can just point to the sketch map to correspond where they are located. If you can.
A12.
Thank you. Now state 6.
A13.
State 7.
A14.
And states 8.
It's A15 where Exhibit 40 was sampled.
And is that the area that you swabbed that day, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. That's state 9. With respect to these areas, did you mark these or delineate these in any way?
I did not place those scales.
Now, with respect to this area, if you could tell me what this is?
This is a photograph taken overhead of stains denoted as A16, 17, and 18, along with Exhibit 41, which is in this area here.
Now, just briefly, if I can, I just want to be clear. With respect to A16, 17, and 18, do you recall viewing those that
Yes.
day? Okay. And you took a swabbing off of which one?
Off of stain A18.
Okay, which is up here, right?
Correct.
Who took the photographs that day?
It was Detective Katie Kempel and Detective Bob Hazen.
If you can, sir, same question, series of photographs, if you can just point to the screen where.
This
it
is stain A16, A17, and A18.
Do you recall, by the way, this is kind of leaning, I guess, angled one way. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the preceding 2 photographs, 17 and 16. Actually, I'm sorry, it's photographs 12 and 13, but A16 and A17. They're leaning the other way for the photographs. And the overview has them this way. My question is just, which way are they supposed to be?
The scales were not moved.
if that makes things easier. The photographer is probably just standing on one side of the stain or the other.
In the course of the photography and processing scene, do the scales ever move?
Not on the garage floor in this case.
No. And I believe we went. And actually, did you review the part designated as garage B? And if I can, sir, do you recognize what is depicted on the screen there?
Yes, that is another.
Oh, I apologize. I hit the wrong
Sure.
button. There you go.
And that is the another part of the left side garage bay in the center of the garage.
Okay. Is the photograph 1 on states 9, file 7, photograph 1, is that area depicted on the, or is, I should say, the map, a depiction of an area on that photograph?
Yes,
If you could just point it out on the photograph, please.
it's this area here. You can see the B placard right there.
And for the record, that was the middle portion of the
The
photograph.
middle, correct.
Okay, now on this, we have, on the map portion, we have the numbers ranging from B3 all the way up to B11. Is there a B1 or 2?
That I don't know.
And states picture 2, does that depict an area depicted in the map?
Yes,
And states 3.
yes, that's the right-hand side of the map.
Okay. States 4, what is on that photograph, please?
That's a fragment of paper towel that appeared to have blood-like stains on it that we found in area B at the left-hand side of the garage. And it's located right there on the sketch map. It's exhibit 42.
For the record, you're pointing to the middle portion of the garage. Question about the, well, sorry, withdraw that. With respect to the 42, that paper towel, can I ask you to describe some of the, I guess, dots that are contained in the 42? What exactly did that appear to be to you?
Yes, this material here appears to be plant-like, maybe part of seeds or.
Did you take any swabbings of 42?
I did not,
Why not?
because I just seized the entire fragment of paper towel.
How did you seize it?
I put it in either a paper bag or a paper envelope.
Did you seize anything else out of that area B?
Yes.
What did you seize?
There were 2 stains. B3, I took a sample of, is exhibit 38. B11, I took swabbings as exhibit 39. And exhibit 43, which I believe was another paper towel fragment.
Picture 5, what does that depict, sir?
Okay, that's another paper towel. It's a larger paper towel fragment with apparent blood-like stains. You can see this reddish staining here.
What did you do, if anything, with the 43?
Again, I just ensured it was photographed, sketched into the map, and I seized in a similar manner as 42.
Did you take any swabbings?
I did not.
And if you can, sir, is what's on picture 6 depicted on the map as well?
This was the stain designated as B3 that I took swabbings of as Exhibit 38.
And did you do any testing on Exhibit 38 as well?
I did a KM test,
And the results?
positive.
Now, what does this depict, sir?
That is stain B4, located there.
And for same questions for the next couple, if you wouldn't mind just pointing out where it appears on the map corresponding with the picture. So picture 8, B5,
B5 is here,
picture 9, B6,
B6,
picture 10, B7 and B8,
B7, B8,
picture 11, B9,
B9,
picture 12, what does that show, sir?
So that is stains B9, B10, and B11,
I
which
can't
are
scroll
up in
it.
this area here.
Thank you.
A sample of B11 I swabbed as Exhibit 39.
And that is, if you, okay, and the same swabbing process, same every,
Same swabbing process that was also tested with the KM test that was positive.
now, picture 13, what is that, sir?
That is, appears to be one of those blood-like stains, that swipe mark that we saw up in area A.
And is this depicted on the map in any way?
I don't believe so.
Was that contained in area B at all?
Without seeing an overall shot, I really can say that.
Okay, let me see if I can. Here's the overview. Does picture 1 assist you in any way? And if it doesn't, that's, you could just say
It's
that too.
hard to say, man.
Now I'm going to ask you if I can about the bottom part of that garage side. You could take a look. Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map for C?
Yes, this is the portion of that left garage bay closest to the door.
And for the record, I'm going states 9. I am now in file 8. File 8, picture 1, what does that depict, sir?
That depicts that left garage bay. And area C is in kind of the closest to the driveway. It's this area here.
Okay. And for the record, he's pointing towards the middle bottom portion of the photograph. Picture 2, what is that a picture of, sir?
Those are some more of the blood-like stains we found on the garage floor.
And the yellow arrow again?
Again, denotes north.
Picture 3, what does that depict, sir?
That is area C with some of the stains and exhibits marked up.
We have the 68 placard right here. What is that supposed to designate?
That designates another fragment of paper towel.
I can just. Is that depicted on the photograph?
Yes.
What did you do, if anything, with 68, please?
I collected it in the same manner as the other fragments of paper towel. It was packaged in paper.
Did you take any swabbings?
I did not.
And if you can, sir, picture 4, and if you wouldn't mind, same thing, just if it is reflected on the map on the left side, if you
Hold on,
could.
stop, please.
Oh.
Everything's ready. Black.
Oh,
What has just happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that, of course, the entire proceeding is recorded. The recording system just went down. So what we would ask you to do is just return to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss the case. We're going to take our morning recess until 11:30. 11:30, Mr. Marshall.
All right. Son, we'll be very quick, son.
we can call him back in.
The jury comes out. I just wanted to add to my comments about the use of inositol, since we haven't gotten to the pictures yet. One of the things the court hadn't.
Well, the jury's going to file out while you speak.
Oh, there's no witness. Got it.
The counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Riley, if you wouldn't mind taking a stand next to the TV again. And just to back up a few of my questions, with respect to States 9, File 8, Picture 4, I believe, if you could you just, is what's shown in that photograph on the map on the left-hand side?
Yes, with the exception of the state mark G20. It's not depicted on this map.
What area is that stain attributed to?
Area G.
And so the yellow numbered ruler in the, I guess, the middle portion of the photograph?
It would be this one here.
Picture 5, actually.
As stain C0.
Now, with respect to the way the photograph is that how it's depicted on the map? If I can, I would go back to States 4. Where is C0 on States 4?
It's here in the center of the photograph.
Please, the mic. I
Oh,
can't hear.
if you can,
Yep, it's in the center of the photograph.
thank you. And this is picture 5 again. Picture 6, if you could just identify that in the map as well.
Stain C1.
And picture 7.
Stain C2 in the center of the sketch map, from which I see is exhibit 37.
Same process as you indicated before with the swabbing
Same testing and swabbing process, correct?
and the test results.
Positive.
Thank you. Now, picture 8, sir, what does that depict?
Picture 8 depicts the interior face of the left garage bay door.
If I can. Did you seize anything for evidentiary value on the garage bay door?
Yes, I seized a sample of the flood-like stain. It was on the inside of the garage door.
States 9. Actually, I'm sorry, if I can go back to States 8. Where on the door, if you could please point? did you seize that item?
It's in the center of the photograph, slightly to the left-hand side.
Okay. For the record, he's pointing to the middle, essentially the middle left of the screen. And states 9. What does that depict, sir?
That is the stain,
And-
sample of which I seized is exhibit 67.
And the same process
Same swabbing process, same testing process.
and the results?
The test was positive.
Did you process the right side of the garage in the?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map for zone G? I'm sorry, D,
area D.
area D. Yes, thank you. For the record, this would be states 9, file 9. And show you photograph 2. Actually. Do you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, this is a overall photograph of area D, the right-hand bay of the garage. Out of frame to the left would be the mudroom door. Give you a little orientation.
And are there areas below area D?
Yes, you can see the marker for area E and area F, which would be by the overhead door.
Show you states 1 out of that file. What does that show, sir?
That's overall the right-hand garage bay with area D at the top of the photograph. Area E in the middle and area F at the bottom.
States 3, or picture 3, I should say. What does that picture depict?
That is a photo of a blood-like stain we found in area D.
And the 56, what does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I designated this as State Police Exhibit 56. However, it's the photograph. The exhibit is going to be the photograph of what we thought was a footwear impression or a shoe print.
If I can, sir, just a couple questions. Is that depicted, exhibit 56 depicted on zone D map?
Yes, exhibit 56 is here in the approximate center.
Okay, and with respect to photograph 3, if you can, I'm gonna scroll in. Yeah. What drew your attention to this area?
Well, it's another blood-like stain on the garage floor, and there was a distinctive pattern to it.
Could you see the pattern in that photograph, or?
Yes.
Okay. Here, I'll scroll up.
It appears to be, you see these hash marks here?
And for the record, I would say the middle part of the photograph.
Yes.
Picture 4, what does that depict, sir?
Again, that's a stain pattern located here in area D. Of an apparent footwear impression.
And if you could just point to where that appears on the picture 4.
It's here in the center of the photograph.
Picture 6.
It's another stain pattern,
And where does that depict on the map?
exhibit 7.
And if you could please, picture 6, point to what you are describing, please.
In the kind of the lower portion, the center of the photograph.
Actually, I'm gonna scroll, oops, sorry. If I can go back to 7D. Scroll in a little bit. With respect to exhibit 7D, when you were pointing, if you could point to the area now that it takes over the whole screen, what you were describing.
Sure, it's a blood-like stain on the garage floor, and you can see a partial distinctive pattern within the stain itself.
How did you place that 7D marker on there?
I did, yes.
Okay. How do you document this or seize this as an exhibit?
Well, the hard way would be to jackhammer up the floor and send that to the lab, but that's not too practical. So what we decided to do is photograph them properly, 90 degrees with scale, and send the photographs to the lab as Exhibit 70 for identification and possible comparison.
Thank you. And 71, is that depicted on Zone D map as well?
Yes, it is Exhibit 71 here.
And why did you seize that item, sir?
Again, this is another blood-like stain on the garage floor. You can see, that a similar pattern in it, but you can also see the swipe marks through it.
Picture 8, what does this show, sir?
Picture 8 is it's another area of blood-like staining that appear to be wipe marks.
And was this all contained in Area D?
Yes.
And picture 9?
Yeah, it's the additional stain pattern found in Area D.
If I can, I'm gonna scroll. Oops. What are you doing now? Up here, this marker, I guess L-shaped marker again. What is that?
Again, it's another blood-like stain on the floor with a similar pattern, but a lot less detail to it.
And with respect to these items just around, and if you could follow my cursor, sir, they're little dots or things. What are they?
It's pretty vegetative matter, plants.
And anything, actually, picture 10, was this contained in Area D?
Yes, right here at the almost at the border of Area E.
And is this the same item that you seized on 525?
This is correct. This is the hair.
Now, with respect to States 9, File 10, so are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map for Area E?
Yes.
Sir, photograph 1 out of that file, what does that depict?
It's an overall view of, again, that right side garage bay. Area E is depicted here right in the center.
Photograph 2, what is that, sir?
This is a blood-like stain pattern that we located in Area E. It's located here kind of top center of the area. And I took a swabbing of this area to sample the blood-like stain. It was on the garage floor.
Was that designated as a exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit 51.
There is a pink arrow on the right side. Do you see where the pink arrow is?
Yes.
What exactly is that?
That, in this large stain pattern, the arrow depicts exactly where I took the sample from.
And same process, 2 swabs?
2 swabs, yes.
Did you test it
I did.
and the results?
Again, I'm going to every now and then just make the same objection regarding any quote results.
Thank you. Overruled.
The test result was positive.
Thank you. Sir, picture 3?
As a similar stain pattern. Another blood-like stain appeared to be a white. It's located here at the left-hand side of area E. And again, I sampled this using that same swabbing technique, same testing technique. And I took the sample from this area here.
And the test results,
Test results were positive.
picture 4.
Picture 4 is another blood-like stain found in area E. And the stain pattern itself appeared to us to be a textured glove. If you can imagine 3 fingers here.
What exhibit was this marked at?
I marked it as State Police Exhibit 55.
And states 5. What does that show?
That's an overall view of area E taken from kind of with your back to the mudroom door. So you can see exhibit 55 here, that swipe mark.
And picture 6?
It's an off-kilter view of area E and the right-hand side of the garage.
Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention now to states 9, file 11. Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map concerning zone F?
Yes, I am.
Picture 1 off of states 9, file 11. Sir, what does that depict?
It's an overall view of the right-hand side of the garage. You can see area F is down here. This is the kind of threshold of the overhead door. And area F is up in this area. Takes up center all the way down to the bottom of the photograph.
Thank you. Picture 2.
It's another blood-like stain pattern we found on the garage floor. Again, this is the threshold of the overhead door.
I'm going to scroll in a little bit. So that yellow arrow again, what does that depict?
That denotes north.
Picture 3.
That is, again, another blood-like stain pattern we found on the floor. Again, there's more detail inside this pattern. So we designated it as State Police Exhibit 54, photographed it in a similar manner as the others.
And is that depicted on the map?
Yes, it's located on the left-hand side of the area F.
Picture 4.
Picture 4 is another blood-like stain pattern found on the floor.
And picture 5.
That is blood-like stain that I tested and sampled as Exhibit 52.
And with respect to the swabbing process, same swabbing process?
Correct, same testing and swabbing process.
And the test results of this one?
I refer my report.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your exhibit report?
Yes.
I can, Your Honor, just approach the clerk and smart ID. 11 for ID, please. Sir, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your exhibit report?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to hand you and draw your attention, please, to page 3. Please take a moment, do not read that out loud, and look up to me when you're done. Did that sufficiently refresh your recollection, sir, as to the results of the test?
Yes, it did.
And what were the results of the test?
That KM test was negative.
Thank you. And is that depicted on the map as well?
Yes. Exhibit 52 is there.
Thank you. And state 6, or picture 6, I should say. What is that?
Yeah, that's another overall view of area F.
Are you familiar with area G, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And now states 9, file 12. Are you familiar with Detective Pearson's map?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Photograph 1, sir, what does that depict?
That is a photograph of the center garage bay, 69 Wells.
And is area G contained in that photograph?
Area G is in the area in which the Range Rover is parked. So it's in this area here.
Photograph 2,
Photograph 2 are some flood-like stains found in area G up in this area. And for orientation, this is the step into the mudroom.
now. What are the, were exhibit numbers given to each of these stains?
The stains that I sampled, yes.
Okay. With respect to exhibit states picture 3, what is that, sir?
That is a stain we sampled as exhibit 47.
Is that reflected on the map?
Yes.
And when you say sample, did you conduct the swabbing process that you
I-
testified to earlier?
I did.
And the test, any test?
I did test that. And there were some stains up in this area that tested negative. And just from this, I don't remember which ones were which.
Would it refresh your recollection? Take a look at your exhibit report again,
Yes.
if I may. So I'm going to draw your attention to page 2 of your exhibit report. If you could please just take a look. Sir, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And with respect to the presumptive test that was performed on exhibit 47, do you recall what the results were?
The KM test was negative for this stain.
In 48,
48 was another blood-like stain in the same general area. It's right here by the stairs. Again, I sampled that and tested it and sampled it in a similar manner.
and the results of that one,
I'm not sure of either.
if I can, if I may just have a moment. Your Honor, if I can, I'm just going to provide provide Detective Riley with 11A, or I'm sorry, 11 for ID, which is his exhibit report. Sir, if you can just take a minute and take a look at that, if you can, to refresh your recollection with respect to the results of any testing performed on exhibit 48 on 5/27.
Yeah, the KM test for exhibit 48 was positive.
49,
49, another blood-like stain, is located up here in the same general area. It was tested and swabbed, collected in the same manner as the others. And the test result for this thing was negative.
And picture 6.
Again, another blood-like stain on the garage floor, located here. I sampled it, tested and sampled it in the same manner with and the test result was negative.
Picture 7.
Picture 7 is a fragment of paper towel found under the left front tire of the Range Rover. See it, it's located here.
Did you take any action with respect to that?
After it was photographed, I just collected it now.
Picture 8.
Is a photo of a blood-like stain. Again, it appears to be a swipe located in area G. A sample of which was seized as Exhibit 45. It was tested and collected in the same manner.
Do you recall the results?
The test result for this stain was positive.
Picture 9.
That is a stain pattern. It was designated G20 for a blood-like stain. A sample of which I see is Exhibit 36. I tested it and swabbed it, collected it in the same manner, and the test result for this was positive.
Picture 10.
As the stain marked as G19, located in area G, that I tested, swabbed, and collected in the same manner. The KM test result for this was positive.
Picture 11.
That's the, this is a picture of the stain pattern found in area G after, I'm sorry, 2 stain patterns found in area G. And this photograph was taken after the Range Rover was removed.
Actually, going to go down to and what does this photograph depict? There states 18.
This was photographed at, along the process of Lieutenant Davison's examination of the blood-like stains on the floor.
And if I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Confirm with counsel. Your Honor, have on a separate disc 10, states 10, I believe there's no objection to it. If I may just have a moment to switch it out.
Yes. No objection, Attorney Troconis.
No objection, that's correct.
State 10 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Sir, were you present when the Range Rover was removed from the garage?
Yes.
And did you conduct further processing of the garage scene with the Range Rover removed?
Yes.
If you can, just take a look behind you, sir. This is states 10, filed 16. Can, what does that depict?
appears to be a blow-like stain, that swipe pattern, sample from area G.
And
You brought the exhibit number. Yes, this was tested and sampled and seized as State Police Exhibit 45.
and just to be clear, the same process, same everything?
Yes,
Okay, results?
the test results for this was positive.
And at some point, the Range Rover was removed. Who removed it from the garage?
I believe we just towed it out of the garage, winched it up on a flatbed.
Okay. And did you continue processing the garage floor after the vehicle was removed?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to the photograph 2. What does that depict?
That depicts the two stain patterns that would have been underneath the Range Rover. One here in the lower part of the photo, and one here a little bit higher.
Can. Just scrolling in. Sir, does the higher one appear on the screen?
Yes, up in this area here.
Okay. Now, what does picture 3 do?
That is the selected stains that were designated as GW1, GW2, GW3, GW4, and GW5.
And sir, what does GW mean?
Area G, I'm not sure what the W stands for. That would be Lieutenant Davison's area of
Marking.
expertise.
And were these I'm going to show you a series of photographs, please. You just indicated some numbers. Are these the ones that correspond to the numbers that you marked?
Correct.
Okay, that would be for the records for photo, sorry, 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Are photos 4 through 8 depicted in photo 3?
Yes.
Okay. Now, photo 9, what is that, sir?
This is that upper stain pattern in area G. It was seen in the overall photograph. Here you have stain GE1, GE2, GE3, GE4, and GE5.
And just briefly, you could take a look at 10. What does that depict, sir?
That's stain designated as GE1.
Could you point to the stain? Okay. And for the record, it's the middle of the photograph.
Center of the photograph, correct.
Thank you. Picture 11.
This is stain GE2 in the center of the photograph.
Is this oriented like this picture? Sir, if I can, go back to.
So you can see the elongated stain here,
Okay. So
the elongated stain here.
which way is it on the garage floor? Is it perpendicular or I guess parallel?
So if you turn this photo clockwise, they would align.
Okay.
It was just taken from a different angle.
Picture 12.
Stain GE3 in the center of the photograph. Stain
and
G.
I apologize, same question with respect to GE3.
Similar, the scales did not move.
Okay. And GE4?
GE4, again, the stain in the center of the photograph, and the scale did not move from the overall.
And GE5?
GE5, similar. Is this elongated stain here? And again, it's oriented, the scale's in the same position in the overall photograph.
Just safe to say it's the way the photograph was done.
Exactly, it's just the way the frame was taken.
And picture 15, please.
15 is a photo of a stain on the garage floor. Appears to be a tire mark.
Thank you. If I may, Your Honor, the state is going back to states 9. States 9, file 13. Sir, what does that depict?
These are the garbage cans that were found inside of the garage at 69 Wells. They were in the corner of the right-hand bay. The garage door would be on the right-hand side of your photograph.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value on the garbage cans?
Yes, there were blood-like stains found up and around the lids on both garbage cans.
Photograph 2, what is that?
That is a photograph of the left garbage can.
And photograph 3.
Again, that appears to be the left garbage can. And you can see the blood-like stains both here and here.
Photograph 4.
That is a photograph, I refer to my report to get left to right.
If it would refresh your recollection,
Yes.
please.
That's a photograph of the left-hand garbage can that you saw in the overall photo. This was taken during the evidence collection process. And it was tested, swabbed, and collected as State Police Exhibit 66 from this area here.
Were there other swabbings that were taken out of the garbage cans?
On the right-hand garbage can. So as the right-hand garbage can, again, in a similar area, found a blow-like stain.
And with respect to the garbage cans, about how many stain or swabbings did you take in all of the left garbage can? If it could refresh your recollection to go to your report, please.
Still the same, 2 swabs.
And with respect to the right side garbage can,
2 swabs.
and were those also tested?
Yes,
And the results?
positive.
Now, sir, did you all have an opportunity to examine the Chevy Suburban that you, or be part of the processing of the Chevy Suburban that you earlier in the day had gone to Lapham Road to
Yes.
examine? You can have a seat, sir. When was that?
That was on June the 28th, so it would have been the Tuesday after Memorial Day.
And actually, prior to leaving 69 Wells that day on May 27th, 2019, you testified earlier about latent prints. Did you conduct any latent print documentation?
Yes, we did.
I'm actually going to go to States 9, File 4. Where did you take latent prints from?
Well, we searched for latent prints around the points of entry.
I'm going to object as non-responsive.
Okay.
Well, the question is, where did you take latent prints from? And the answer was, we searched for latent prints. It is non-responsive to
I
say.
will ask some foundation questions, sir. What exactly is a latent print?
It's a, lack of a better term, an invisible fingerprint. A fingerprint that's deposited on a surface that needs some sort of development to make it visible.
And is there a process that you utilize in searching for these?
Yes.
What is that process?
Process is visual observation, utilizing side lighting, different lighting techniques. And then in this case, it was the application of just standard fingerprint powders.
And how does fingerprint powder allow you to search for latent prints?
The fingerprint powder is extremely fine and it adheres to the fingerprint residue and makes the print visible.
And did you conduct that process at 69 Wells?
Yes.
At what locations?
Various locations throughout the house, the first floor, in around the points of entry, around the mudroom door, around that the kitchen island.
I'm going to show you some photographs, sir, if I can. If you could take a look behind you. States 9. This is file 4. What do you see, sir, depicted in that photograph?
That's an overall photo of the door leading to the mudroom from the garage, and prior to the collection of the prints.
And well, actually, I'm sorry, I went too fast. If you could, would you mind standing up?
Sure.
And going back to the screen? Thank you. Couple questions, sir. Where is all on that photograph, if anywhere on that photograph, you mentioned the black powder, fingerprint powder. If you could just describe it for the record, please.
Right. It's all it's this dark colored smudges all over the white door.
Did you put that on there?
Yes, I was one of the people who searched for latent fingerprints with
I'm going to object as non-responsive. It's either he did it or it was one of the people.
Well, the question was, did you do that? He said he was one of the people. The court understands parenthetically who did it. Overruled.
What is the process for putting that fingerprint powder on a door such as this?
We have special brushes that we use, that we put the fingerprint powder on and apply it to the surface. And sometimes fingerprints readily appear, become visible. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work to clean up smudges and things like that with the brushes.
And how would you do that? Clean up smudges, or what do you mean by that?
Oh, you just, if, to get more detail out of the print, you'll work it with finer brushes, smaller brushes, and try and clean out the fingerprint powder from in between the ridges that you see on the print.
Did you develop any latent prints out of the mudroom door?
Yes.
Where?
Right here above the lock cylinder.
Show you what's been marked as states. Picture 2. Sir, what does that show?
So this is the latent prints prior to collection, prior to lifting them.
And what do you mean by that?
So we will take photographs, obviously, to try and pick up the detail. And then once that's completed, we'll go ahead and take adhesive lifters. Usually it's adhesive clear acetate, almost like tape. In this case, down here, we used a gelatin lifter, which is a thin layer of gelatin on a rubberized backing. It's just used for different surfaces.
And the markings on the measuring tape or the white stickers, I should say, what exactly does that mean?
So the LP stands for latent print, so we run them sequentially, so this would be
Your
latent
Honor,
print.
again, I'm going to object unless he's referring to himself in the plural. I would ask that he at least clarify whether he did this or someone else did it, just for clarification.
Well, the question, as the court understood it, is not whether he did it. He was asked to explain what those designations mean, if the court understood it correctly.
That was the state's question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So this is my handwriting on the markings. So LP stands for latent print. Latent print 7, which is also designated as State Police Exhibit 82. Here, LT 8, latent print 8, State Police Exhibit 83.
Did you go anywhere else in the house and conduct this process?
Yes.
Where?
The kitchen of the residence.
And with respect to the mudroom door, is this the side going into the garage or the side going into the kitchen?
So this is what we designated as the exterior side. So this is the garage side of that mudroom door.
Picture 3, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is the area around the inside face of the mudroom door. You can see down here where I had removed the doorknob. So this is the one of the casings. You see the LP1 latent print 1, Exhibit 73. Above that, latent print 2, Exhibit 74. And down on the wall, Exhibit 75, which is latent print 3.
The blue writing, is that actually on the wall?
Yes, I did that with a grease pencil or China marker.
Why would you do that?
That designates which one I'm actually looking at, or what the actual lift is. So, and it just depends on the amount of detail in that print. So in a photograph, if I just put up a scale, I don't know which one of these is the exhibit. That's why we, circle it. With the China marker and the print. And then sometimes it's so it's more for the examiner.
Did you search for latent prints in the kitchen area?
Yes, I did.
Where?
Mainly around the kitchen island, or where I found those other exhibits.
Show you what's been marked as picture 4. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, that's the inside of one of the cabinet doors.
And if you can, that same writing is on there. If you could explain that, please.
Correct. That's I marked out the print in blue China marker and designated it as latent print 4, Exhibit 76.
Show you what's been marked as states 5. What does this photograph depict, sir?
That is on one of the entry doors. May I refer my report to?
If it would refresh your recollection,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, this is the French doors leading out to the backyard, the rear patio.
And if you could walk me through, did you do this one?
I'm not sure if I dusted this, but I designated it and marked it up.
And if you could just walk me through what you did.
So after the latent prints were developed, people tell me where they found prints, and I will go around with a magnifying glass, pick out the prints with the best detail, mark them, and label them in a similar manner, then notify the photographers as to their locations so they can be properly photographed prior to collection.
And picture 6, please.
That is off of a exterior door handle. And if I could refer to my report, I can get you the correct door.
If you can, thank you.
Okay, that's the same set of French doors that we took prints off of in the previous photograph. And this is one of the exterior handles. And you can see the lane print here. I remember developing this lane print number 6.
Have a seat. Now, I asked you previously about the Chevy Suburban. If you can, just briefly, and did you have an opportunity to process the Chevy Suburban at a later date?
Yes,
What day was that?
it was the 28th of May in 2019.
Where were you located?
At the New Canaan Police Department, the vehicle was located in their Sally Port.
And who was with you during that processing?
It was Sergeant Joe Duva was our supervisor. It's myself, Detective McGavin, I believe Detective Pearson, Detective Keppel.
And if I can, sir, I'm going to draw your attention just to take a look behind you. This is under States 9, File 14. Picture 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, that's the Chevy Suburban prior to our start of processing.
Picture 2.
That's the rear of the Chevy Suburban.
Picture 3.
That's a view of one of the running boards of the Chevy Suburban.
And if I can scroll in a little bit. Sir, what is depicted in the white marker and the, I guess, pink arrow as well?
Right, so that's a blood-like stain we found just above one of the running boards. It was designated, tested, and swabbed and collected in the same manner as we did in the house.
And with respect to the results
The test results were positive.
and the swabbing, did you conduct that in the same process as you did the 2 swabs? and
Yes, 2
every-
swabs, same collection.
Now, were you wearing gloves and protective gear in the course of processing the vehicle?
Yes, just gloves.
By the way, what was your assignment with respect to May 28th, processing the vehicle?
I still maintained a position of evidence collection officer for this.
Picture 5, sir.
That is a blood-like stain pattern found on the lower edge of one of the doors.
And picture 6.
That's a sample from the stain pattern. I tested, collected as State Police Exhibit 106. The arrow denotes the stains that I took.
The stains that you took for what?
Oh, I'm sorry, that I swabbed and collected as evidence.
State 7,
Again, those are additional stain patterns found on the door of the Suburban.
and States 8.
And that's another blood-like stain pattern.
And same questions, same.
It was tested, collected, and marked in a similar fashion, collected with the 2 swabs.
States 9,
That's the blood-like stain that I first saw on the bumper on Lapham Road. And again, I tested it, collected it, and marked it as State Police Exhibit 105, and the test results were positive.
States 10,
That is blood-like stains that were found on the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban.
and same questions, sir. Did you-
Same collection method. It was tested, test results were positive. It was swabbed and collected as State Police Exhibit 118.
Were there also any swabbings done further of the inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Where?
I do believe we did DNA swabs of the various parts of inside the vehicle in an attempt to collect DNA. So we choose these areas based upon the areas that people touch when they're driving. So the insides of doors, steering wheels, top and bottom, gear shift, areas such as that.
States 11, what does that depict, sir?
That's the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban. The adhesive scales in the pink arrows denote areas where blood-like staining was found.
Specifically, I'm going to ask you about States 12. What is that?
That is an area of blood-like staining. It's hard to see with the dark carpet. And that was found in the rear cargo area. It was tested, collected and seized in the same manner as all the other swabbings of blood-like stains. It was denoted as State Police Exhibit 121.
And the test results?
Test results were positive.
Oh, one more, sir. What is that?
That's a blood-like stain found on, I believe it's the driver's side wall of the rear cargo area. This also field tested positive for blood and was swabbed and collected as exhibit, State Police Exhibit 120.
Your Honor, with respect to the next few photographs the state intends to introduce, I know the court's ruling previously, but if I would, perhaps now would be a time to excuse the jury for a few minutes, or the state can go into it.
Well, the court would not expect 10 minutes worth of argument.
No, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will excuse you for a brief period. There will be some discussion of the next exhibit. And so we ask that you retire to the deliberation room and please do not discuss the case.
Oh, there's 3. Okay. Next.
Yeah, please be seated. Thank you. Would
Your
you
Honor.
put those up on the screen, please?
Sure, Your Honor. If I may, I believe it is. This would be picture 14, picture 15, and picture 16.
Thank you. Easiest way for the court to probably do this is just a
If I may.
brief offer of proof as to how these exhibits are going to be explained.
But if I may, Your Honor, may I just
Yes.
inquire of Detective
Yes.
Riley? Thank you. Detective Riley, I'm going to have you draw your attention to photograph 14 behind you. What does that depict, please?
That's a photo of the rear cargo area. It's a time exposure. So the photo's taken over a longer period of time after the application of a chemical called luminol.
Okay, a couple questions about what you just said, okay? With respect to the content of the photograph, you said rear cargo area, is that of the Chevy Suburban?
Correct.
Okay, now with the, were you present when this happened?
Yes.
Okay. You used the word luminol. What does that mean?
It's a chemical that we use to detect latent blood, that is blood that's not readily seen. We use it as a search tool. It's not we don't use it as a presumptive. We use it to search for blood that's not readily visible. If we find stains of or areas of interest with the luminol, we'll go ahead, conduct further observations. We utilize the KM test, and if the KM test is positive, then we'll take evidentiary samples from those areas.
And with respect to a luminol, does that give it any presumptive, wait, you said luminol for blood that's not readily available. How does that work? Or readily seen, I guess is the way you said it.
Correct. Yeah, the blood, we use it to search for latent blood. So the luminol reacts, it glows blue due to the iron present in blood. However, it reacts with substances that contain iron, along with several other different substances. What we do is once we mix up a batch of luminol that we're going to use on scene, we'll apply it to our known blood sources, the horse blood, the pig blood, and see how that reacts, and then we'll use it on an area of interest and see if we see any similar reaction.
So is it really the detection of iron? Is that what luminol is looking for?
Well, that's what luminol reacts to in blood.
And with respect to the fact, well, strike that if I can, you said you mix it up on scene.
Yes.
Walk me through that process.
So we get our luminol from a forensic supply house. It comes with a solvent, a bottle of solvent, and the luminol comes in powder form. We follow the instructions, we mix them together, we attach a spray head, and then we'll apply it to a surface.
Is this something that you're trained in?
Yes. I remember one class where we did use luminol.
And is this a tool that you have utilized in the course of your career at the Connecticut State Police?
Yes.
About how often?
Not a lot. I would say I've probably applied luminol 15 to 20 times.
And with respect to the photograph exposure process, how does that work?
So we'll set a camera up on a tripod so it's steady. We'll put the camera settings to keep the shutter of the camera open for a longer period of time. And then we'll apply the luminol, and if there's a reaction, we'll open the shutter. The camera will do its thing, and once the photograph's complete, we'll move to a different area.
Is there a lighting on anywhere around?
Yeah, I apologize. So luminol has to be used in a darkened room. The bluish glow is very faint if we have a reaction. So in this case, we closed the Sally Port door. If there were windows on it, I don't remember if there were, they would be papered over. So we basically work in the dark with flashlights.
If I may have one moment. That would be the state's offer, essentially. Your Honor.
May I briefly cross?
Well, this is just essentially an offer of proof.
Yeah.
So this is how the court understands the offer. Luminol detects blood that cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, it detects, and the court is not certain that this was the testimony, it detects any substance that contained iron. That includes blood. After that, there's further testing. After that, there may be the swabbing and the collection and essentially the KM test. That's how the court understands the testimony. The photos that are viewed at this time are time-lapse photos. In other words, this isn't a snapshot, as the court understands it. The time-lapse photo. The blue as it appears on the screen, as the court understands it, is bluer than what would be seen typically, because the testimony and the offer was that the blue is very faint. Here on the screen, the blue is not very faint. So during this offer, the court will ask you, detective, is the color of the blue on the photograph darker than the blue that would appear after the application of luminol?
That's what a positive reaction looks like, Your Honor.
So you would describe that as faint?
It's faint where if it was in natural daylight, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Oh, but because it's against the backdrop of essentially a dark backdrop, it looks more vivid than it would look.
That's fair, Your Honor.
Well, the defense is concerned, Attorney Schoenhorn, you may indicate.
Yeah, very briefly, the latter comment by Your Honor, this isn't how it would appear even in the detective's visual appearance of the back of the vehicle. But my bigger concern is there wasn't, this luminol is not a detection for blood, it's a detection for iron. This is the back of the vehicle. It detects steel, iron. I understand it also can detect copper. It also can detect any vegetables or that have iron, such as turnips and horseradish, those kind of root vegetables, and a number of any other kind of food that might contain like meats and whatnot, or hamburger if a child was eating a hamburger in the back or it spilled a little bit in the back. So more so my concern than more so even than the concern I have about the Kastle-Meyer test, where there's an observation, it was a test was performed, a presumptive test, and then it's passed on. Here, there was no confirmatory test whatsoever. Therefore, and when the DNA from these areas was later tested, there was no DNA that was determined to conform to the DNA of Jennifer Dula. So in addition to the concern I have about it being misleading, the additional concern I have is that in light of what is going to happen later, there is no relevance to it whatsoever. And I'll just note as an aside, my other concern is that the court allowed in the Kastle-Meyer multiple times, suggesting that, well, I can take care of that in cross-examination. My concern, Judge, is that's shifting the burden to the defense to go over each and every time there was a claimed presumptive test when it's going to determine that many of them turned out to be negative when they were tested at the lab. But my concern here is different, at least in the other, my other objection. There was, at least as I understand it, the court said there was a visible item that was being tested, and that was why the witness did what he did. Anything else here, he's already testified up until this point that there were items he swiped. He can simply testify that he did take additional samples in the back without getting into what luminol is, what it does, and since it doesn't test for blood, it tests, and I left out bleach as another substance that glows when luminol is applied. I don't know how that's going to, I don't even know if the state would then not put on evidence of the what was done in the back of the car, and therefore that leads to the defense having to call laboratory people to say, no, it was negative. It leaves a false impression that this was in fact somehow blood, when I think the court is correct. It only tests for things that have iron in them, and I would note copper is not iron, but it also tests for copper. But in a motor vehicle, all of those things, especially in the cargo compartment, would likely be found. And I'll just incorporate my prior arguments, so I don't have to repeat anything.
Well,
If I can just
the
clarify.
court can address this right now. The, again, issue of false impression, essentially giving life to what may be considered to be misleading, is not evident here. Not only is the luminol application far from conclusive, it is not even at the level of presumptive. It detects many more things than blood. It detects iron. Then there's further testing to get it up to the point of even being presumptive. So the court sees no danger for unfair prejudice or misleading evidence. The court is going to allow the evidence.
Could the court at least, what I'm not understanding, I'm not understanding Your Honor's ruling, because what the court said is it has essentially no evidentiary value, and then the court rules that it's admissible. Could the court at least articulate how it gets to that position? I'm just trying to understand if down the road, since we're going to be having this happen more often than you think.
The court did not say it has no probative value. Relevant evidence is evidence that has any tendency to make a material fact more likely or less likely than it would be without the evidence. The court did not say it has no probative value. The state has the opportunity to present the case the way the state wishes to present the case. If it wishes to present evidence of luminol and latent blood that falls below a presumptive finding, that's the state's determination.
I'll just ask the court to note my strong exception, since I'll just remind the court that State versus Moody said that luminol has no probative value. So the fact that the court says it does, I don't know where to go with that other than to just enter my strong objection.
You can bring the jury back in.
Just prior to the jury coming out, Your Honor, those 3 photographs are still ID only. May I just inquire, are they moved to be full exhibit at this time?
Would council stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors? Please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you wish to make your offer of those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, I would. This would be States 9, File 14. The offer involves photographs 14, 15, and 16.
And objection, Attorney Shornard.
I stated my objection.
Thank you. Overruled.
Uh,
Which numbers are they, please?
They are States 9, File 14, numbered photographs 14, 15, and 16.
States 9, file 14, photographs 14, 15, and 16 admitted as full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, if I can, I'm going to draw your attention here. States 13, if you can take a look at it, sir, is that, where is that located in the Chevy?
Cargo compartment of the Chevy Suburban, that would be on the driver's side.
With respect to the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban, did you do anything to, in the course of processing the car with respect to that area?
Yes.
What did you do?
So we conducted a search for not only visible flood-like stains, but latent flood-like stains.
What do you mean by latent?
Latent just means that you can't see it. It needs something to be developed.
And what did you do to develop that?
So we utilized a chemical called luminol that we get from a chemical supply house. It's a liquid that you spray onto a surface in a darkened environment, and it will react with the iron contained in blood and glow a faint blue.
And with respect to reacting with the iron in blood, does it react to other things as well?
It reacts with a lot of different things.
Can you name a few, please?
So it reacts with iron or anything with iron in it. It'll react with bleach. So it's of limited use in like a bathroom. And it will also react with some foods as well. There's a laundry list. We utilize it as a search tool. We have to do further presumptive tests, and then of course, any samples that we collect, we have to send to a laboratory for confirmatory tests.
And just for the record, the photograph 13 behind you, was that KM tested as well?
That exhibit was KM tested.
Okay. And seized as exhibit, what exhibit number did you seize?
State Police Exhibit 120.
And with respect to the pink arrow, what does that depict?
That's the area where I took those evidentiary swabs from.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 14. What does that depict, sir?
That is a time exposure of our application of luminol.
Of it. Well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Of
This
what?
is, sorry. This is the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban. While it was still parked in the Sally Port, we close the doors, we make it a darkened environment. And, you know, we spray the luminol for time exposures.
where do you get the luminol from?
We get it from a forensic supply house.
And how do you, I guess, apply the luminol?
So it comes, the kit that we get from the chemical supply house comes with a bottle of solvent. And then luminol comes in powder form. We mix those two together. We attach a spray head. And then we do a test on our known blood samples, our either pig blood or horse blood, and see what kind of reaction we get. Then we will apply it to an area of interest and see if we get any reactions. If we get reactions, we'll go ahead and test those areas with the Castlemeyer test. And then determine whether or not we want to take evidentiary samples.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. How did you take a photograph?
The photograph is a time exposure. So basically we put the camera on a tripod and either set the automatic settings or set shutter settings. So the shutter stays open on the camera for a longer period of time. Since it's a darkened environment, it takes that amount of time to take in enough light to make a photograph.
And were you, well, I'm gonna, what does that depict, sir?
That was taken during our luminol examination. That's, again, the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban. I believe that's more focused on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And stage 16. What does that depict, sir?
Again, taken during the luminol examination, and that's the passenger side of the rear cargo area.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the Chevy Suburban at a later date?
Yes.
When was that?
June the 26th of 2019.
And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that was to try and search for additional biologic material investigation.
Did you look at a specific area of the vehicle?
The undercarriage specifically.
And by undercarriage, what do you mean?
The underside of the car.
File 16, show you picture 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Chevy Suburban, Jennifer Doulos' Chevy Suburban.
Where is the location of this? Where was the location of this processing?
This was processed at Troop G Bridgeport.
Picture 18. What does that depict, sir?
That is the passenger side of the Chevy Suburban. You can see the black metal of the door on the upper part of the photograph.
If you wouldn't mind, again, sir, if you can get up and point to the photograph, please.
So you have the vehicle here, and here is the undercarriage. This is the underside of the step bumper, frame rail. And this is some blood-like material we found on the edge of the undercarriage.
The word written on the white side, what does that mean?
So that was placed there by the photographer to designate which direction is the front of the vehicle, because you know, the photographs can get a little confusing.
Picture 19, what is that?
Okay, this is an item of interest that we found during an examination of the undercarriage. Again, this is on the passenger side. We're looking at this this clearish little specimen right there. So, and we designated this as item A. Our collection process for this is I removed this with a sterile scalpel, packaged it in a little paper fold, and later the next day transported it to the medical examiner's office so he can do he can put it underneath the microscope, look and see you know, what kind of cells are there. In the same area, after this was removed, I went ahead and swabbed the area with sterile water, same manner, with 2 swabs.
And photograph 20, please.
Item B, I believe it's on the frame rail. So you can see the exhaust here, bolts for the running board.
And so I'm looking at this little fleck of material right there. Again, this was collected in a similar manner.
Picture 21.
Item C is on the running board. It's this area here. You can see it's a little heavier of a stain. There's a little, it appears to be like a little yellow to it. It's different than, there's more there than just typical blood-like staining, so that's why it was an item of interest. Again, this is collected in a similar manner, scraped off into a paper fold, and then the area was swabbed afterwards.
Picture 22, please.
This is a photo of what would look to us to be a footwear impression on the inside one of the wheels of the Chevy Suburban. And I believe this was taken on the 28th of May during our vehicle processing.
Picture 23.
Again, we printed the exterior of the vehicle. And I believe we took a swab from here, but I'm not really sure now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your exhibit report?
Yes.
May I first look together?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as the ID states 12. If you can, just take a look, and please don't read from it. Let me know when you're done. Did that refresh your recollection, sir,
Yes.
as to if there was a swap done of that photo, what's depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, so this is the exterior side of the vehicle's tailgate. I believe this is the bottom edge right here. And during our examination of, you can see the application of fingerprint powders. All right, there's not a lot of, there's absolutely no ridge detail here whatsoever. However, it was handled, so we swabbed it. I took 2 swabs that were moistened with sterile water, swabbed this area, and then collected it and designated it as State Police Exhibit 113.
In picture 24, sir.
This was taken during a latent print exam of the exterior of the vehicle. Again, we're running sequentially with latent print numbers, so this is latent print 11, State Police Exhibit 114. And again, I designated it with blue China mark, arrow for orientation.
And picture 25.
It's appears to us to be like a partial palm print found on, I'm not sure where exactly this was on the Suburban.
Would it refresh your recollection? Can you take a look at your report?
Yes.
And just for the record, I'm almost done with this section. And one more question after this.
Well, it's the answer, the length of the answer that concerns the court. So the court is going to conclude for the lunch recess after this photograph.
Thank you.
This is the, this was developed on the rear edge of the right front door. So, kind of near the window, okay? And so, again, designated as latent print number 12, exhibit 115, marked and lifted in the same manner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we approach our lunch and recess. We plan to resume at 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case. Thank you.
For some reason, they have day 3 in 2 parts. So here's the second part.
of a swab being taken.
Do you recall what swabbing that was?
Might take a closer look at the screen.
Yes, and would it also refresh your recollection? Take a look at your report.
That would be better.
If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah. 11 for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, if you wouldn't mind getting up and pointing to the screen again, I apologize. And could you please identify, if you could, to your knowledge and recollection, what markings those are?
Yes, that is Exhibit 61 is on the front door. And 62 is on the rear door.
And with respect to those exhibits, did you swab them?
Yes, they were field tested, swabbed and collected in the same manner as the other stains in the garage.
And was that 2 swabs?
2 swabs for the evidentiary collection.
And KM, the result?
KM was positive.
State picture 3. What is that, sir?
That is another blood-like stain found on the Range Rover.
As far as location, I would have to refer to my report.
If you could, sir, please. And that photograph, or what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that was a blood-like stain we found on the left side of the hood.
Okay. Was that swabbed?
Yes, it was field tested, swabbed and collected.
And the results of the field test?
Field test was positive.
Sir, picture 4 out of file 15, I believe. What does that picture depict, sir?
So that's the Exhibit 61 I spoke about before on the front door of the, excuse me, left front door of the Range Rover. And you can see the apparent spatter pattern that the stain was collected out of.
And same questions with respect to the seizing of it as an exhibit, please.
Yeah, so that was field tested, it was field tested positive, and then it was collected in the usual manner.
And that's 2 swabbings?
2 swabbings, correct.
Thank you. Picture 5.
On the left rear door of the Range Rover. And that was field tested, it was KM positive, and it was collected with 2 swabs, similar to all the others.
And when you say rear door, which side of the vehicle?
That was driver's side, left side.
Picture 6.
Picture 6 is the left front corner of the bumper of the Range Rover. State Police Exhibit 60 was a swabbing, or 2 swabbings collected from that stain that the arrow was pointing to. And Exhibit 69 is a sample of the blood-like stain that was found below it. Both items were field tested. They field tested positive, and both were collected in the usual manner, 2 swabs.
Picture 7.
That is a photo of State Police Exhibit 63. The location of which is
Which for the record is states 11 Friday.
okay. That stain is on the left rear fender of the Range Rover. It was also field tested positive with the KM test and was collected with 2 swabs in the usual manner.
Picture 8.
Okay, so 8 is a latent print taken from the Range Rover, latent print number 9, Exhibit 93. If I could double check the location.
If you could refer to your report, please.
And latent print number 9 was lifted from the front fender.
And just with respect to the latent print number 9, can you just walk us through the process of taking the print off of the vehicle?
So this print, again, once it was developed and marked, photographed, we would take adhesive acetate, something clear. Probably in this case, I used a gelatin lifter. Again, it's a thin layer of gelatin on top of a rubber backing. It kind of molds better to the curves of the car.
Picture 9.
That is a photo of Exhibit 58, which was a sampling of the blood-like stains found on the grill.
And if you could just head up to the screen, I have a few questions with this. Now, with respect to Exhibit 58, what did you designate 58 as?
It was these blood-like stains here.
And did you do any testing or anything on those stains?
I field tested these with the KM test, which was a positive test.
Okay. Actually, if you could, what about up here, one above, I'll start with the one above the V.
I believe those scales were placed there to document the apparent spatter found up here, probably placed there by the photographers.
Did you take any samples or swabbings, I should say, for anything above the rover, the words
No,
rover?
because they're not marked as an exhibit.
Picture 10. Sir, with respect to the, right above the I guess, the measurement marking or the label, the exhibit 58. Was that the area that was swabbed? Or that you're designated as exhibit 58, or is it, my other question is it above the grill? Is it separated, or did you include that as the entire, any of the blood spatter?
I'm sorry, can I refer to my exhibit report?
If you can.
Okay, I'm mistaken. This wasn't a blood swab. We were treating this, this apparent impression or print and blood-like material that we found on the grill. We photographed this in the usual manner, I mean, in a manner similar to the way we did the prints on the floor. So these were photographed, and then later the photographs were designated as Exhibit 58.
So just to be clear, there was not swabbed in this?
I did not swab this.
Okay, and it was not tested, or it was tested?
I believe,
Objection.
I'm just asking to
Well,
clarify, Your Honor.
The question is, was this swabbed or was it not swabbed? And the response was going to be, I believe. Well, there can be a follow-up question. Court will overrule the objection.
I can't say for sure.
And with respect to any testing on it, do you recall if there was any testing on Exhibit 58?
Nothing beyond photography.
We on to photograph 11. What does this depict?
That is more blood-like stains on the grill of the Range Rover.
And picture 12.
That is another photo of the blood-like stains on the left rear door of the Range Rover.
And what about this marking from, I guess, in the middle
And
of
so, in along the side of the car, you can see in this road grime here, you know, salt, dirt, sand. You can kind of see it like a swipe mark through there.
picture 13?
Photo of some blood-like stains on the, this is the left front wheel of the Range Rover.
Now, with respect to the Range Rover, was there also a additional processing?
Yes, we process this in our usual manner of processing a vehicle.
And I'm going to show you what's remarked.
Before we proceed, Attorney Manning, it may be more advantageous for the record if there was a better description of wheel.
Oh,
Is it tire? Is it rim?
that's true. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, if you could just describe what you see in the photograph, please. This is states 13.
Sure. When I refer to the wheel, it's really the rim, not the rubber tire. So I'm looking at these, I'm referring to these blood-like stains inside the metal of the rim.
And for the record, you're pointing to where on the photograph?
Basically throughout in the approximate center of the photo.
And picture 14, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Range Rover. We examined this along with the Chevy Suburban at Troop G in Bridgeport on June the 26th, 2019.
It was
For similar material, additional biological material from the undercarriage.
picture 15. What does that picture depict?
This is an overall view of the undercarriage seen while the vehicle was up on the lift. You can see on this L-shaped scale here, the photographer added a directional arrow for front. So the front would be the top of the screen. And then driver's side or left side of the vehicle is toward the right side of the screen.
Picture 16.
This was seized from the lower area of the Range Rover as item D. Again, this was scraped into a paper fold, designated as item D, and later the area was swabbed.
And item E, I'm sorry, picture 17, with respect to item E on picture 17.
Yes, this is
What is
on
that?
the left side of the Range Rover. Again, kind of around the rocker panel. So item E is designated by the arrow. This material was scraped into a paper fold, and later the area was swabbed.
And picture 18, please.
Again, just another photo of item E.
Thank you, sir. You can sit down. I want to go back and ask you a few more questions about that October processing of the Chevy Suburban. Do you recall how many exhibits you took, if any, out of the car that day?
Not off the top of my head, ma'am.
If I can. Would it refresh your recollection as you look at your report?
Yes.
And may I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as 13 for ID. Please take a minute and take a look at it. Please don't read it out loud.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. With respect to that processing, how many swabs were taken out of the car that day?
There were 6 exhibits containing anywhere between 2 and 4 swabs.
And what were some of the, for instance, do you recall exhibit 370?
Yes.
What was that swabbing of?
That was a swabbing of the steering wheel, and that was complete with 4 swabs.
And are you utilizing a report to refresh your recollection on this?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 371?
371, again, 4 swabbings from the steering wheel. These were from the areas with visible blood stains. The item before that, 370, was taken from unstained areas or apparent unstained areas.
Attorney Manning, the court heard that there was a third processing in September 2019, and counsel made reference to a processing in October.
If I may inquire of Detective Riley, Your Honor, is there another processing in September?
No, the processing where we took the extra swabs was actually, the proper date was October 18th.
Thank you.
I apologize.
And with respect to how about exhibit 372?
372 was 4 swabs taken from the interior side of the left front door.
Do you recall where that was on the door?
It was, I ran the swabs around all areas of the door in an effort to pick up as much genetic material as I could.
And exhibit 373?
That was taken from the left front seat adjustments. This was 2 swabs.
And by front seat adjustments, just what do you mean by that?
So they're the side buttons on the driver's seat used to adjust the seat for the driver.
And 374?
374 was swabs taken from the rear view mirror.
And 375.
And 375 was swabs taken from the rear seat controls in the cargo area.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Attorney Shaw.
Good afternoon, Mr. Riley. You're retired, right?
Yes,
I hope you're enjoying your retirement.
I am. Thank you.
Let me ask you a few questions. Let's start with this presumptive testing that, we've talked a lot about here. It's my understanding as you testified that when we're talking about these chemical presumptive tests, there are at least two that you talked about today, right?
Yes,
The first was called Castle-Meyer, begins with a K instead of a C, right? It's like hyphenated, two names.
yes,
And the second one was something called luminol, right?
yes,
And Castle-Meyer, you said, is made up of two chemicals. One is phenolphthalein, right?
yes,
And the other is hydrogen peroxide, right?
yes.
Now, phenolphthalein is the stuff that they use to test swimming pools for chlorine, right? Isn't that the same stuff?
I don't know, sir.
So you're not an expert in science. You're not a chemist or anything like that, right?
No,
So when you said you had some training in it, you were trained in how to administer it, right?
yes,
You don't know anything about the chemistry itself and why something shows pink or glows or changes color at all, right?
it's correct.
And the training, you said you also received from the lab some kind of like a kit in order to administer it, right?
Yes,
And phenolphthalein is a liquid, isn't it?
yes,
And so is hydrogen peroxide, correct?
yes,
Now, hydrogen peroxide, that's the same chemical that you use maybe if you have an infection, maybe to disinfect, right?
yes,
And I guess some people might even use it to bleach their hair, right? In the day, right? Isn't there people have peroxide hair where they really white bleach blonde? Is that the same stuff?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. But in any event, you also said that there are things, when you talk about presumptions, right? You're trying to see if there's a place that you're going to do some swabbing or photography, right?
For the Castlemeyer,
Yeah.
it's more, we do our searches visually.
Okay, so you see something that looks like a stain, right? You maybe do a little chemical wipe with the KM, right?
Or conduct the KM test,
You
correct?
do a KM test, and if it comes back negative, do you still take a picture of it?
Sometimes,
So we saw a couple of those. You tested a stain on the floor of the garage, and it didn't even come up with a presumptive test, right?
right,
But in any event, if it comes up presumptive, one of the things you indicated that it's presumptive for is blood, right?
well, the test, it's presumptive for blood.
That's what I mean. The test is presumptive for blood by putting the two chemicals together with the sample, right?
Yes,
And you did mention a couple of things that it also is presumptive for, right?
yes,
Animal blood is one.
yes,
And of course, there's all sorts of animals, right?
yes,
Doesn't distinguish between one animal or another, does it?
no,
I think you also mentioned horseradish is something that it tests positive for.
that's one of the classical examples.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with some of the other things that it tests positive for?
I'm familiar with turmeric.
Turmeric, right? Now, doesn't it also test positive for tomato?
I don't know.
What about rust, iron rust?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
How about bleach? Do you know about that?
No,
How about copper?
no,
You don't know. Is that what you're saying? Whether it'll show a presumptive positive for copper?
Uh,
like iodized copper?
I don't think so, sir.
How about malt, like you find in either beer or a milkshake?
That I don't know either.
Aren't there, in fact, 16 different food groups that test positive using Castlemeyer?
I don't know, sir.
We'd have to have somebody who's like a scientist that knows this to really answer those questions, right?
Yes.
But if we're talking about a presumptive test, if you wanted to be presumptive about the presence of horseradish, this would be the test to use, right?
I would need to presume something was horseradish, sir.
Well, the presumptive test is not what you think, it's whether it turns pink, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm following your question, sir. I mean, it does react in a positive manner with horseradish.
So I'm saying if I wanted to presume that a stain on my kitchen cabinet was horseradish, I might use this test, right?
If you really wanted to.
Exactly. And so let's say a, I don't know, spilled hamburger, piece of hamburger juice, that would test positive, right?
I don't know. I've never tried it on hamburger, sir.
Well, hamburger is basically animal meat, right?
Yeah, but I've never tried it on hamburgers.
Fair enough. But it would also test positive for, I don't know, a cat, little blood from a cat, right?
Oh, yes, animals, absolutely.
Mice, right? There's a garage, right?
If you had an injured mouse, yes.
But you would also agree, would you not, that you would need a confirmatory test done by a lab to see whether the presumption or assumption turned out to be correct, right?
Yes.
And you know that in your, never mind this case, but in your experience, some of the things that you show a positive presumptive test turn out not to be blood at all, correct?
I've never had that experience.
Well, you don't do the actual testing, do you?
No, I mean, when I learn of the results, I've never had that
So
experience.
you don't know that in this case, that was in fact, several of these items turned out not to have any evidence of blood in it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't even test all of the spots that we just saw pictures of, did you?
Me personally, no,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Let me ask you a few questions about luminol. We saw some pictures in the back of the Suburban, right? Including a couple in the dark where you see this little purple glow, right?
Blue glow, correct, sir.
Blue, purple. Those were kind of like, with those photographs were taken with a time-lapse photography, right?
Yes.
So they appeared brighter than they might with the naked eye, correct?
I can't say for sure, sir.
And you use that in order just to choose where you might take another spot, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that luminol tests for the presence of iron, right?
Yes.
So you know that a car is made out of steel, or most of them are, right?
Yes, it is.
And steel is an iron alloy, is it not?
It is.
So it would stand to reason that in a motor vehicle, there might be some exposed metal places that might test positive using luminol, right?
Correct.
So if you wanted to see if your car was rusty, you might spray some luminol on it and you would have a positive glowing result, right?
It would even glow on the non-rusted parts.
Right, but it would glow on even the non-rusted parts because you're in a car, right?
Yes.
And if you're talking about, let's say, a car where there are children that have been passengers in that car, there might be all sorts of other things that will test positive for the presence of iron. Isn't that true?
Possibly, yes.
You know that I think turnips also test positive for luminol, don't they?
I don't know that for a
You know, a
fact.
lot of root vegetables have iron in them, right?
No,
You do know that.
I do
right?
know.
And it's actually, they're good for you to eat, right? Am I right?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor.
Well, the question's not relevant, sustained.
If you wanted to see if you maybe dropped a turnip on the ground in the back seat of the car, you might use luminol and it might glow, right?
Objection,
Ground.
irrelevance, and as soon as facts, not in evidence.
Well, The line of the cross-examination is a number of substances or fruits or vegetables contain iron. This is just an extension of that line overruled.
All right.
I think you'd be able to see a turnip and would need luminol.
But the luminol might illuminate it, right?
I don't know. I've never tried it on
Never
a turnip, sir.
Fair enough. Bleach also will glow in luminol, won't it?
Yes.
You already mentioned horseradish for K&M. This would also test positive in luminol, wouldn't it?
I don't know for sure.
How about rust?
Yes.
So if a child had, let's say, ice skates in the back of the car, some of that maybe scratched off on the back seat, that would
Objection.
test positive for luminol, wouldn't it?
Well, here's an objection. And it calls for a hypothetical, but the hypothetical isn't developed in such a way as to aid the jury. Essentially what the question is since there are ice skates have metal, probably steel. Steel is an alloy of iron. In other words, it's an extension, but the extension is becoming very thin. So the court is going to allow the question.
And I will then move on, but if you want to just answer that question, I'm not going to go into a million hypotheticals.
Yes, it's possible.
All right. A lot of these photographs that we've seen were various angles of the very same spots that you tested, isn't that right?
Yes.
So just by looking at these photographs, you'd have to look very carefully to see whether or not 3, 4, or maybe even 5 photographs were of the same location that you did a swab, isn't that right?
No, I just swabbed from the areas that were marked as exhibits.
Oh, no, I understand that. I'm talking about photographs from different angles to a certain extent of the same areas that you had swabbed.
Yes.
I also want to be clear about the measuring tapes that are in many of these pictures. The white tape is in centimeters and millimeters, correct?
And I believe it's inches on one side too.
Well, the yellow, isn't the yellow the inches?
You said the white tape, sir?
Yeah, doesn't the white tape say metric on some of them in those pictures?
I don't know. I would have to look at the pictures.
All right, fair enough. But if you're familiar with the fact that there's a distinction between the metric system, which uses centimeters and millimeters, and the American measuring system that uses inches and feet, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few questions about the paper towels in the kitchen. And the first thing I want to do is call up one of the pictures that was on the exhibit that was introduced through you. And if I could have 8-139 for your edification, this is the image where you put the state police exhibit number 13 on it. If you would look at that screen behind you, sir, you see that image there?
Yes.
And I think you testified that this was the paper towel that you examined. You did some kind of a test on it as well, right?
Yes.
And you seized the whole thing or just a portion of it?
The whole thing, sir.
When you came into the house that day, this would be the 25th, correct?
Yes.
Was this exactly when you went in the location where you found this paper towel?
Not the exact location, no.
It was moved around?
It was in that general same corner of the sink, sir.
Did you move it so that somebody could take a better picture?
No, I moved it so I could examine it and field test it.
When this picture was taken and you put that yellow tab next to it, is that the location you found it in before you moved it and examined it?
No, I don't believe so, sir. Not the
Where
same
was
as
it when you first observed it? If you can just point it out on this photograph?
I would just remember in that general corner of the sink, sir.
So when you say in the corner of the sink, was it off the roller? That is the metal device that the paper towel roll is standing next to?
I believe so, but I'm not sure, sir.
Did you observe anyone else move it? Take it off.
No.
And just so that we're talking about the same thing, right? I'm referring to this item here that's to the left of the paper towel roll. You see that there?
Yes,
You recall seeing that there, right?
yes.
But when you got there, that paper towel roll was not on that device, the dispenser roll.
I think they were separate, but I'm not sure.
Well, if you're not sure, do you not recall seeing someone physically remove it?
Objection.
Well, the response was he's not sure if it was on a holder. And the question was, well, if you are not sure, can you recall someone seeing, or can you recall seeing someone move it off of the holder?
No, I didn't see anybody move it off of the holder, sir.
So it wasn't placed there in order for you specifically to examine it in that location. Is that a fair statement?
No, I searched that area of the house, sir.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask you now, I had a couple of screenshots taken from, I think it's Exhibit 7. We had Detective Clabby had a video. I took a couple of screenshots from it, and I'm just going to show you if I can.
Excuse me, may I have a moment of counsel?
Yes.
What time is this?
Tell you in a second. I'm gonna have this marked if I may.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you, is there any objection to Exhibit
That's those,
A? Those two?
that's this one, or this
Yeah,
one?
that's,
This one. A. No objection, thank you.
What's the marking, please?
that's Exhibit A.
Offense A, admitted as a full exhibit.
So if you could, before we show you the image, before you got there, you know that Detective Clabby was also on the scene, is that right?
Well, we were there at the same time, sir.
Fair enough. Did you all arrive in the van or did you come separate?
No, we came separately.
But you recall seeing him there?
Yes,
You knew that he was assigned the videography for that scene that day?
yes,
Did you observe him doing any videography?
yes.
Did he do that, at least the overview, before you got to work making any examples, any swabs or anything like that, taking anything?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you a couple of screenshots from that video that Detective Clabby took. And have you seen that video at any point?
Not in a long time, sir.
All right, so I'm going to show you one screenshot called Screenshot. Can we just put that up, please? Now, looking at the video screenshot that I've just put up here, you see that the paper towel is on the dispenser in that image, correct?
Correct.
So my question to you, was that how it was when you observed it, or was it already off the roll when you examined it?
Objection. Asked and answered, Your Honor. He indicated he doesn't remember.
The response has been he does not remember.
All right, does that help? All right, does looking at this image help you refresh your recollection as to whether or not it was on the dispenser when you arrived.
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Again, he's been asked and answered. It's now a full exhibit.
Well,
I'll withdraw the question. I'm going to show you another screenshot in a moment, but well, it's up there now. This is from the pantry. Do you recall looking in the pantry at the, in that kitchen, between the kitchen and the mudroom?
Between the mudroom and the dining room, sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so if you would just put up that image, this is also from the same exhibit. Do you recall that this was the view of that pantry when you looked at it?
Yes, that's consistent.
Did you
with what I
take
remember.
any swabs or collect any evidence from what's shown in that image?
I did not.
Could I have this marked, please? That's these two.
Wait, oh, that's the PDF.
Mhm.
Okay.
I would offer defense exhibit B.
no objection.
No, sir.
Defense B admitted as a full exhibit.
All right, I'm going to show you an image that was taken from the by the officer who arrived at New Canaan Police from the New Canaan Police Department on the evening of May 24th, 2019. All right, so if we could have that. Now, I don't know if you don't recognize the New Canaan police officer that's seen in this image, do you?
No.
And I'll just note the time is indicated at 5:24:19 at 19:57 and 33. This is from State's Exhibit 1, I believe, which was the video that was from the body camera of one of the patrol officers that was there that night. Okay.
Okay.
So again, I'm just going to ask you to note. Did you ever see the paper towel roll on the dispenser that when you were at the house?
I don't remember.
Now, I'm also going to show you two other images. I think they're also from this exhibit. X8, please. It's image 0064 from that exhibit. Do you recall seeing any of the items that are indicated here during your investigation on May 25th, 2019 inside the home?
Specific items?
Any specific items in the pantry that we're seeing here?
No.
I'll show you the next picture, please, which is It's image 0065, or just calling it X21 for my, does this particular roll, did you observe this roll of paper towel in the pantry at Wells Lane when you were there collecting it?
I don't remember that.
I'm going to show you a couple of pictures from the garage that we've already been through, and you described where you took certain swabs. The first picture I want to show you is from your disc exhibit, which I believe the whole exhibit is, I think, 7. I'm sorry, I'll just have a moment.
Which one? 9.
The
No.
the large disc. What did you- No, the one that you put in yesterday. That.
Yes.
It is 9. Okay.
9.
Sure. I'm going to show you some images from Exhibit 9, if I may. And the first exhibit I want to ask you about is marked on your Exhibit 9 is 12-362. If that, we could have that up on the screen, please. You recall this is the exhibit that you marked as A16, or somebody marked as A16, correct?
I don't think that was an exhibit. I think that was just for documentation purposes.
All right, so let me also get that clarification. If there's a yellow placard, then it was seized as some kind of an exhibit for your purposes of your investigation. Is that correct?
Or it was marked on a similar label with EX, whatever.
So the A letter, was that your writing on this document, on this image?
No.
This would be something that whichever detective was placing these markers down would have noted. Is that right?
Yes.
And I asked you this when we were first putting some of these pictures up. If we look at this image here, when you saw this particular marker, did you note the marking on the sticker itself?
No, I didn't note it.
You did not?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how that got there?
Specifically, no.
Okay. I'm going to show you another image. This one is 13-363. It's in the same series. And this is also one of the images that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically about the mark on the middle of this document here. Was that present when you were examining that particular spot on the ground?
I don't remember it.
You don't recall seeing that?
No.
And you also testified, if I'm not mistaken, that there was also a fair amount of, you called it vegetative matter, seeds or leaves and whatnot on this garage floor, correct?
Yes.
And did you gather any of those?
No.
Show you one more in this series. This would be 14-157. Once again, I'm just going to ask you whether you guys saw this item on the placard when you were looking at this particular location.
I don't recall it being there.
And when you talk about other items, whatnot, seeds and whatnot on the floor, are we talking about, if we look at this picture, are we talking about all of these other specific items, dots and whatnot that we see on the cement floor in a close-up? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
There are also some larger leaves, correct?
Larger leaves,
Well-
stones, sand, things like that.
Sand, what else?
Small stones.
Before you,
All
proceed-
just on what you might expect to find on a garage floor.
before you proceed, counsel, the court needs to clarify something that is quite subtle. Detective Riley, on the previous photograph, you indicated you did not remember whether you saw that spot on the measuring marker, correct?
That's what I said, yes, Your
But
Honor.
then you said, I don't recall seeing it. Now, it may sound the same, but there's subtle differences. I don't remember whether I saw it. To this court means I don't remember whether it was there or not. I don't recall seeing it means, in this court view, I don't remember that it was there. Which one is it?
It was the former. I did not take note of it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With regard to the search of the Chevy, you said that you were sent back to take additional samples in October of 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I understand from your testimony, it was from additional samples of the steering wheel,
Yes,
from the interior of the left front door,
yes,
from the front seat adjustment control,
yes,
from the rear view mirror,
yes,
from the cargo area,
yes.
from the rear seat controls.
Weren't those one and the same, sir?
Well, that was going to be my next question. Were those separate places, or did you take them from the rear seat controls in the cargo area because the seats were down?
Yeah, I believe, what I remember, the rear seat controls were in the cargo area.
Because the back seat, the second row of seats were not up, they were down. Is that why you entered that way?
I don't remember whether they were up or down, sir.
You were sent back to do additional swabs because the first set didn't produce any information of value. Is that true?
Objection.
Well, the question is, you were sent back to take additional swabs because the first set didn't yield anything of evidentiary value. And what's the objection?
It's a mischaracterization of evidence, assumes facts not in evidence. And
Well,
and it calls for a hearsay answer, Your Honor.
let's take them one at a time. The question was, you were sent back. That's one segment. Because what you swabbed the first time did not yield anything of evidentiary value. Well, whether you were sent back or not is not material. It's the second segment. Because what you recovered the first time was of no evidentiary value. Well, that assumes, in this court's view, facts that can be interpreted differently, but in this court's view specifically, it's misleading. Sustained.
The purpose of going back in October was an attempt to get biological material from those locations in the suburban, correct?
Yes,
And whatever you did, you made the same kind of swipe type activity that you described earlier.
yes,
And then you sent that on to the state lab at some point, right?
I don't know if I did personally, but that's the usual process.
All right. Well, let me just, I skipped a step, all right? So you gathered it, and it was then sent into evidence, right?
Yes,
And then at some point, that was done for the purpose of at some point having it examined by the state forensic laboratory, correct?
I believe so. Not sure though, sir.
Well, whether these particular items were then sent on or not, that would have been the purpose of collecting it, right?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Just have a moment. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there redirect?
Just a couple of questions if I can. Detective Riley, do you recall Attorney Shohern asking you about the other items that a presumptive test could test positive for? Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. I think some of the things he questioned were about radishes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. In the garage floor, did you find any evidence of radishes anywhere?
No.
Okay. What about cheeseburgers anywhere on the floor?
No cheeseburgers,
What
ma'am.
about on the undercarriage of the Chevy Suburban? Did you find any cheeseburgers or radishes there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What about the undercarriage of the Land Rover? Any cheeseburgers or radishes there?
No.
What about turmeric? Any bottles of turmeric or turmeric sources on the floor of the garage?
No, ma'am.
The Land Rover?
No.
The Chevy Suburban?
No.
All right. With respect to the cargo area of the Chevy Suburban, did you find any evidence of car seats? Any evidence that children were sitting in the trunk area?
In the back? No, ma'am.
With respect to that cargo area, did you see a lot of exposed steel and rust areas?
No.
With respect to, actually, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. In any of those areas, starting at the garage, did you find evidence of rust stains?
Not that I remember, sir.
Did you notice it whether or not under the undercarriage of the vehicle, there was some rust?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Detective Riley, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The time is now 3:10. You have another witness for this afternoon, do you?
We do, Your Honor.
Judge, we do
Well-
have to take up a couple of matters
Correct.
in advance.
So what the court is going to do is allow the jury to take the afternoon recess now. Well, how long do you anticipate your argument on the matter that we have to take up?
I think probably 15 minutes, Your Honor.
So we'll allow the recess now. It may be that the recess, ladies and gentlemen, will be a little more extended than usual. We hope you're not disappointed. We'll stand in our afternoon recess.
Honorable Superior Court is now open back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
4:11.
Please be seated. Thank you. court understands there is a matter to be taken up.
Yes, Judge, good afternoon, may it please the court. Your Honor, there's actually two matters that we're asking that the court take up at this time. You'll recall late on Friday, the state inquired about the court hearing the defendant's motion for a Porter hearing with respect to STR Mix, which is a deconvolution software that the state laboratory uses when interpreting DNA results. We did file a written objection on Friday, which I did email to the court. And we're asking that that be heard now, or at least at some point today, because we were intending on introducing DNA evidence as early as tomorrow, depending on scheduling, of course. And then there's a motion that deals specifically with the next witness, which was filed by the defense last week, which was specifically to exclude any and all evidence of so-called marital discord between Mr. Fotis Doulos and Miss Jennifer Doulos, along with hearsay. So that is going to be coming up during the next witness. And so I certainly didn't want to run through the stop sign of the motion in a minute.
Thank you. So the court will take up first the, as we would have to call it, what the code calls it, prior bad act.
If I could just have a moment, Your Honor. I apologize, Your Honor. I'm just looking for, I had written out. Well, I'll probably be able to do it from memory in any event, Your Honor. So I'll just note, Your Honor, just a couple of things with respect to the so-called prior bad acts. Firstly, this is a defense objection, but we are going to be making the offer. So I just want to alert the court as to what we intend on offering through this next witness. And they've also moved to exclude alleged hearsay statements from Jennifer Doulos as well. And I'd like to take those up at the appropriate time additionally, Your Honor. But essentially, Your Honor, the defense in this case, as I understand it, from some of the cross-examination which we have heard so far, specifically with respect to presumptive blood tests, as I understand the defense, they are not conceding that there was actually blood in the garage. They're not conceding that Jennifer Doulos is deceased, and they're not conceding that Fotis Doulos is responsible for her murder. Now, I could stand mistaken on that, but I don't think that we're going to be hearing those concessions this afternoon from the defense. So I bring this up, Your Honor, because obviously, in light of the fact that none of those things are conceded at this point, the court needs to decide whether or not animus between Fotis Doulos and Jennifer Doulos is relevant to this case. And I did file a written objection this morning, Your Honor. But I would pose to the court this hypothetical as the court considers this motion. I want the court to consider if the defense had moved to exclude any and all mention of the fact that Fotis Doulos and Jennifer Doulos were married. Let's just say they had moved to exclude that, and the court granted their motion. The jury would naturally be sitting here wondering why Fotis Doulos would have murdered a random woman in New Haven. It is the story of their marriage and the story of their discord and the story of their divorce that served as the motivation that culminated in the death and murder of Doulos. That is our theory of the case. And Ms. Lauren Almeida is going to be testifying on behalf of the state in just a moment. And what the evidence is going to reveal, Your Honor, is that she was the nanny for the Doulos family from 2012 until 2019. And she was present for a series of events, including the breakup of Fotis Doulos and Jennifer Doulos in the spring and summertime of 2017. And she's going to be detailing very specific events for the court. Specifically, she's going to be detailing how, upon the decision to separate Mr. Doulos, chased Jennifer Dulos around with a piece of paper. That at one point they were in some type of screaming match, and he chased Jennifer Dulos upstairs and burst into the room. That she looked terrified when he was chasing after her. She's going to testify about the antagonistic behavior he showed towards her during those months leading up to her finally leaving the home. Specifically, Your Honor, that he had threatened to take the children to Greece. She's going to talk about an event in which he allowed the 11-year-old children and the 8-year-old children to drive his Porsche around a very dangerous area, thus upsetting Jennifer. That these things were occurring and seemed to be designed to antagonize Jennifer during the months after they had apparently decided to separate, but were still living together. She's going to detail for the court how he reacted when Jennifer surreptitiously left the home with the children in June of 2017. That he acted erratically towards her in court, her being Lauren Almeida, that he accused her of kidnapping her kids because she went with Jennifer with the children to New York. She's going to discuss the fact that Fotis Dulos yelled at her when she dropped the kids off and said that she needed to be the voice of reason with his wife, Jennifer Dulos. All of these things, Your Honor, are probative to Mr. Dulos's animus towards Jennifer Dulos and serve as the motivation for why he would commit this crime. Because the evidence is going to show that despite the fact that it had been nearly 2 years from Jennifer Dulos leaving the home until her alleged murder, that they still weren't divorced, that they were in the midst of ongoing marital discord. And the defendant, Your Honor, actually spoke about that marital discord during her interviews with the police. She indicated that, I don't know the exact phrase, but I believe it was 2 years of hell or 2 years of torture when she was speaking about Mr. Dulos's divorce proceedings with his then wife, Jennifer Dulos. She joked about how she wished Jennifer would just disappear. So this also serves as the motive for why the defendant would conspire with Mr. Dulos to kill Jennifer Dulos. And as the defense has repeatedly said during voir dire, the state has to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Fotis Dulos murdered Jennifer Dulos. They have repeatedly said that. So the fact that Fotis Dulos would have been motivated to harm Jennifer Dulos and all of the discord leading up and explaining that motivation is highly probative to Mr. Dulos's intent, his motivation, whether or not he would have conspired with the defendant, his live-in girlfriend. It also goes directly to an element of the case the state has to prove. And so, you know, if we look at some of the jurisprudence in the state, and I think I directed the court to State versus Lopez, 280 Con 795, just as an example, anytime there has been sort of hostile acts towards the same victim, courts have routinely held that that is probative of the actor's intent and motivation. So unless the defense is conceding that Mr. Dulos committed this crime, that Jennifer Dulos is deceased, the probative value of this was extremely high before their cross-examinations. It's astronomically high now. And so I am asking that the court allow Ms. Almeida to testify about those events. There was an additional event which I neglected to mention, which was shortly, I don't want to say shortly, but after Jennifer Dulos had left the home, there was an event in which Mr. Dulos almost hit her with the car. And Ms. Almeida returned to the home shortly after, and Jennifer Dulos explained that situation to her. And she was extremely shaken up. And all of these things, Judge, we believe are probative again to the animus that he would have harbored towards her. With respect to, and if I can just have one moment, Judge?
Yeah.
With respect to the alleged hearsay statements, I would just indicate the following to the court. Number one, the statements that we're going to be offering that Jennifer made to Ms. Almeida are either not being offered for their truth or meet a well-recognized hearsay exception. And I just want to give you some examples. Farber's then existing belief that Doulos was having an affair, in part because he had been more distant. We're not going to be offering that to show that Mr. Doulos was actually more distant in the marriage. We're going to be offering it to show that Jennifer Doulos believed that their marriage was in turmoil and believed he was having an affair. Her then existing belief that she had found proof of the affair. Her future intention to confront Doulos about the affair. Her then existing fear of Doulos. Her then existing emotional state that she was not in love with Doulos anymore. Her then existing fear that the defendant would take her children to Greece and not return, which, by the way, is independently corroborated. Lauren Almeida actually witnessed an event where he threatened to take the children to Greece. Her intention to divorce Doulos. Her then existing hope that the divorce proceedings would go smoothly. Her intention to leave the defendant, including her future plan to surreptitiously leave the house, and her fear that Doulos would find out. Her request that Lauren Almeida continue to work with her after she had left Doulos. And her intention to take the Chevrolet Suburban to a doctor's appointment in New York on May 24th, 2019. All of those things, Your Honor, just by way of example, are then existing state of mind, statements of an intention to do something in the immediate future, and therefore qualify as a state of mind exception under 8.3 subsection 4 of the Connecticut Code of Evidence. So they're not testimonial. There's no suggestion that these statements were made in anticipation of any criminal proceeding. They're made to the nanny, and that's what she's going to be testifying to, Judge. So all of these things, again, well-recognized hearsay exceptions. I would direct the court. There's a more recent case, State versus Ayala, but I also directed the court in our memorandum to State versus Nims. Victim statements as to others as to why he was traveling to Connecticut, specifically that he was concerned with how the defendant was handling his sister's affairs. It was not offered for the truth, but rather to explain why the victim went to Connecticut. State versus Smith, victim statements to others. With respect to the statements about the event with the car, Your Honor, we're offering those as spontaneous utterances. And I would just indicate that State versus Smith, which is 275 Con at 217, quote, "It is well established in our jurisprudence that where a marital or romantic relationship existed between a homicide victim and the defendant, evidence of the victim's fear of the defendant suggests a deterioration of that relationship, which is relevant to the issues of motive and intent." Now, what I'm gathering from the defense, even though they're apparently not conceding that Mr. Doulos is even responsible for this crime or that the crime occurred at all, is that there's somehow spillover prejudice to the defendant. But again, this is highly probative evidence as to why Mr. Doulos would commit this crime. We're going to flush out later on in the trial why it was also probative to why the defendant would conspire with Mr. Doulos. And so we're asking that the court allow this evidence. I think it's very probative.
Thank you. Attorney Schoenhorn.
I guess we have to separate the fact, two issues here. The first is that it sounds to me that if Fotis Doulos was on trial for this, the state would be seeking to offer this kind of evidence, and most of it would be explicitly prohibited against Mr. Doulos because of its prejudicial effect and its remoteness. This court, early on, before we started evidence, I attempted to get certain documents from the divorce file because it sounds to me that the state wants to litigate a dissolution action that never reached its conclusion. The court, in the most recent court proceedings involving the Doulos versus Doulos matter, prohibited the defense from having access to those documents. I want to preface my remarks with that because what I'm hearing now is the state wants to litigate matters from 2016 and 2017, years before the disappearance of Jennifer Doulos and the allegations that are set forth in the complaint. So first, there are a number of issues that apply here. The first is that most of what I just heard is not relevant because it has nothing to do with Michelle Troconis. It also would not be relevant as a motive against Fotis Doulos because of the fact that it occurred before the divorce. It's also relevant for your court's determination. There's no violence involved here. Every one of the cases that the state has cited involve prior acts of actual physical violence. What we have here are arguments about whether the children should go water skiing, whether they were loud, whether whether Mr. Doulos wanted his wife to sign a custody agreement, which is what the claim chasing her around, quote unquote, with a piece of paper is all about. To sign an agreement as to when the children would go, in other words, without litigating it, to agree to those terms. This might be true of any dissolution action, not only in Connecticut, but probably in the entire United States of America. So the problem we also have, which is unique to this case, is that all of these incidents were part of an attempt by Jennifer Doulos to obtain a restraining order. I want to emphasize, because the court may not be aware, Judge Collin had a multi-day hearing where all of these claims were litigated, and he found it not credible. That is, he denied the restraining order. So we have, at the level of a preponderance of the evidence, a coordinate judge of this court finding that the evidence did not meet the minimum requirements for a restraining order, and he denied Jennifer Doulos' motion for a restraining order. Again, it is testimonial in another coordinate proceeding. It was done for purposes of litigation. These allegations were made during the course of that. It was denied in that court. So how is the court here going to allow the same evidence in here without bringing in the actual findings, rulings by the judge in the divorce case? And then, of course, this all goes back to 2016 and 2017. The fact that there was that kind of discord is not the kind of violence that would permit the court to allow that to be presented, especially in a case of this nature. The police were not involved at that point. There's no contemporaneous documentation. Again, this was something that was prepared in affidavits for purposes of court. Ms. Almeida testified in support of the motion for restraining order. I think it's important also to realize that to the extent that there has to be reference to the fact that there was an ongoing dissolution matter, perhaps it's also relevant that Ms. Almeida was part of the plan by Ms. Doulos to simply disappear from the house and leave without notice and to ignore the police inquiry, which is what happened back then. If the court looks at some of the cases, for example, State versus Espinal is a good example of that, where we talk about whether or not claims, there are a couple of, I have to separate this out because on the one hand, you've got a couple of incidents where Ms. Almeida witnessed arguments between Fotis Doulos and his wife. There was no physical touching whatsoever. It was following and yelling. That was the nature of it. Then we have a hearsay statement that Jennifer told the babysitter that Fotis drove into the driveway recklessly, apparently telling her that he was allowing the children to drive one of his cars, to drive the Porsche. These were issues that she found to be unreasonable. It may have been part of the reason that she wanted to leave. And yes, there may be evidence that she, quote, found out that Mr. Doulos was having an affair. But again, that is a far cry from suggesting it is relevant to a claim motive 2.5 years later, at least over 2 years later, to do away with his wife, particularly, Your Honor, and this is why Your Honor's past ruling plays a role here. Everyone who was involved that was involved with Mr. Doulos, his lawyers, the guardian ad litem, other people that were aware of it, knew that the report by the independent evaluator, the custodial evaluator, the psychologist, had recommended that Mr. Doulos was the better parent, that he was a better, more caring parent than Jennifer, and that therefore he was recommending joint equal custody, noting that Jennifer Doulos was opposed to that, and that Jennifer Doulos was refusing to turn over her psychiatric records so he could evaluate more in more detail whether or not she needed some additional counseling and whatnot to help facilitate the transition to joint custody. I submit, Your Honor, that opening up that can of worms is going to permit all of that, including the evidence that Dr. Herman testified, which is why I was trying to get those transcripts, which the court denied my right to have them, even though I submit under Davis versus Alaska, now it would be relevant to the issue of right to cross-examine anyone who's going to be testifying about hearsay about the discord and the divorce. Why is that also important? As Your Honor may recall, if any hearsay is allowed in, under our rules, it allows the opposing party to bring in any other hearsay as if the speaker was actually on the stand. And all of that would suddenly become relevant. It could actually delay this trial by having a week of testimony about who was the better parent, who was, quote, winning, unquote, in the divorce proceeding, which I assume that's not what we're here for. In State versus, a couple of cases I just want to bring to Your Honor's attention. In State versus Espinal, for example, there was some evidence about the marriage being discord, but in that case, there was actual violence, and it was relevant because it showed the current state of fear of the spouse when she disappeared. This is something, again, that goes back years, and there is no evidence, none of recent discord. In fact, Your Honor will hear at this trial that there was a party 2 days before at the New Canaan house. I don't know if Your Honor is even aware that this occurred, but there was a party at the house where Mr. Doulos was present, the children were there, the independent evaluator was present as well, and there was a sharing of food between Jennifer and her still husband at that time. So that's going to come in no matter what, that comes in. But to suggest that the babysitter should be allowed to say, well, they were arguing, they were screaming, whether or not he at one point while they were still married threatened to take the children to Greece. That has nothing to do with what's going on at the time, where an evaluator within 3 to 4 weeks of the disappearance had concluded in an 80-page report, which I'll note I have, that says that Mr. Doulos would be the better parent for these children, but he was recommending equal sharing of custody in this case. There is also the case, Your Honor, of State versus Reynolds, where even though the court allowed in a narrow amount of evidence regarding a claim of seeking a restraining order that never was filed, it was only application of itself. None of the affidavit, none of the specifics of it, and the court was required to give a very, very specific cautionary instruction that could not be considered for the truth of the matter. But as I hear what Mr. McGinnis is saying, he wants this all to be about a claimed motive that he was yelling at there was argument going on a few years before, not in the interim. It's not like it was ongoing. 2 years before she filed for divorce. And then everything else went through the court. They were using the court process the way it was intended to. She made claims. They were denied. They were in the process of trying to work out issues such as finances. They were working out the custodial arrangement. Mr. Doulos was meeting with seeing his children, albeit at that time there was an order that he had to have an independent supervisor because he had apparently told one of his children, according to the file, had told one of his children to not mention the fact that he had Ms. Troconis moving into the house with her own daughter. And so as a result of that, they had issued an order that he could, for a period of time, that he could only see his children with an independent evaluator present, which was done, which was documented, which occurred on a regular basis. So I'm not suggesting that the state can't bring up that there was an ongoing divorce. Number one, the only thing that Ms. Almeida knows about it is hearsay. She might have read some documents. She might have talked to the lawyer for Ms. Doulos because she did testify at that hearing. But again, that's an out-of-court statement, testimonial in nature. Therefore, all of that is both not only hearsay, but it's a denial of right to confront and cross-examine because it was testimonial in nature. That is, for purposes of legal process. And it doesn't matter, it's not this case, it was for a divorce case that was in litigation at that point. Let's see if I've covered, there might be one more point I wanted to make. I think the state was trying to argue that when Ms. Doulos told the babysitter, Ms. Almeida, certain things, I assume he's trying to argue they were some kind of spontaneous, excited utterances, but even the way he explained it just now suggested that she later told her about it, and so therefore one cannot even claim that it happened under the, without the opportunity for contemplation, that it happened suddenly, that it was spontaneous in that sense. And I note that the Reynolds case, it was 2 months, 1 to 2 months after the prior incident, so it was still considered relevant. This is years later, and it did not involve any violence. Finally, and I should mention this, there was a suggestion in one of the documents, I think by Ms. Almeida, that Jennifer told her that Mr. Doulos at one point had purchased a firearm. Now, when the restraining order was filed, it was turned into the Farmington police, and it was never, to anyone's knowledge, ever recovered. It was never returned to Mr. Doulos at any time. But I assume, since the state didn't mention that, it has no intention of trying to elicit that, because there are several cases, the one that comes to mind is State versus Gerolamo from the mid-'80s, I think, that said that any mention of a firearm when there's no evidence of firearms in the case is one of the most prejudicial things that could happen in front of a jury. And I note that, especially in this day and age, where there's all these mass shootings and all these on almost a daily basis, that would be so prejudicial for that to be blurted out that there'd be no way, short of a mistrial, that that could be remediated at that point. Finally, there's no such thing as transferred motive. So even if this arguably, to a minimal extent, and with a very truncated offer of proof, was admissible against Mr. Doulos, there's transferred intent is if I throw a rock and I'm trying to hit victim A and it misses and hits victim B, there's a transferred intent in the actor to the second victim. It's not reciprocal, however, and it doesn't go to another person who's standing to the side. It's just not relevant. And it certainly can't be used because it would even predate the allegation of a conspiracy or anything of that nature, and therefore there's no way to attribute that knowledge and those specific incidents to Ms. Troconis under any circumstances anyway. The fact that the divorce kept going is one thing. The fact that she said in her statement to the police that it was like, I think the term is 2 years of hell, doesn't mean that the specific acts of misconduct of alleged acts against Mr. Doulos then can be applied to Ms. Troconis. I'll just mention very briefly, there's been some suggestion that it goes to state of mind. Whatever the state of mind is of Jennifer Doulos is not covered in this case under either 8-3 subsection 2 or 8-3 subsection 4. Telling her that I'm going to be taking a certain vehicle to New York, for example, although not particularly prejudicial, is, I'm only raising it because that's not the kind of state of mind that would be relevant to the examination. The fact that she was going to New York might be and then didn't show up. That is relevant, but to suggest that one person said, I'm going to be taking one vehicle when you have a choice of two is not the kind of evidence that goes to the state of mind. It's just not relevant or material in this case. Let me just see if I've make sure I covered everything. There's one last point that what I see is happening here is the state whole theory so far seems to be that they're going to tar Ms. Troconis with what happened that may or may not have involved Mr. Doulos directly. If he was on trial, maybe some of this with a cautionary instruction might be admissible, but it's not only so remote as to Mr. Doulos. When you try and drag my client into this, we've now gone so far off the playing field. We're out of the stadium. We're not even in the parking lot. We're down the street by the highway exit. And that is what we seem to be doing here. None of this evidence applies to Ms. Troconis. And therefore, it is so highly prejudicial. The state has been allowed a lot of leeway. I would suggest more than I believe. You know, I'm not shy about objecting, which the court probably has noticed. But in any event, that I believe has already gone so far down, given the state leeway to put on evidence that will later not be connected. And so for them to be able to put on such evidence, leave that speculation out there only later on to show it has nothing to do with Ms. Troconis. And some of it, in fact, has nothing to do with Mr. Doulos either, but I'm not objecting on that basis. But here we have a witness who can testify to certain things that occurred on that week. We're not objecting to any of the stuff that happened during the month of May of 2019, including the fact there were some court proceedings going on. But what happened at them, what the rulings were, what motions were being filed, any of that is both testimonial and therefore violates the Confrontation Clause of the state and federal constitutions, as well as inadmissible hearsay. Based on that, Your Honor, I didn't hear the state separating out its claim. He just made all these things as if he's going to get into all of them. Some of them I might not object to. Since he didn't say 1, 2, 3, or 4, he just said, this is all what we're going to bring in. I'm not going to suggest which ones he might be able to get into that would that he wouldn't object.
Attorney McGinnis.
Yes, Judge. And I'm mindful of the fact that we have a jury waiting. I did just want to respond to a few things. Firstly, I'm not going to get into, who has a better theory of the case at this point, because as near as I can tell, the defense's theory is that Jennifer Doulos, shortly before disappearing, ran over a squirrel in her garage that was eating a cheeseburger. Okay, so the issue.
I'm going to object to such pejorative, sarcastic remarks.
Well, before we proceed, there is no jury in the courtroom. The court can understand the cut and thrust of argument. The court is not going to rule on an objection that is not evidentiary. The court can understand that against some comments, counsel, either for the defense or for the state, may take offense. But unless those comments become unprofessional, the court is going to allow both parties to ride the wave of zeal. Attorney McGinnis.
So Judge, just responding to some of the specific things with respect to this issue of remoteness, we're talking about an ongoing discord over the course of 2 years leading up to Jennifer Doulos' death. And even by the defense's own argument at this point, shortly, apparently, before Jennifer Doulos disappeared and we believe was murdered, there was some report which she was opposed to, thus indicating further animus and discord between the parties. I would also just note, Your Honor, that in terms of the balancing that the court has to do, I think the defense sort of made our argument for us, which was that none of these acts involve a particularly violent act on behalf of Mr. Doulos. So in terms of whether or not this is going to somehow inflame the passions of the jury, I don't think that the court needs to worry about that because the acts themselves are substantially less probative than the allegation that he murdered Ms. Doulos. I did not mention a gun. I did not mention a restraining order in my argument. I tried to keep my offer of proof to what I intend on showing through this witness, and we spent an inordinate amount of time talking about things that weren't part of our offer of proof. I'll also just indicate, Your Honor, that when the defense said that if hearsay is admitted, any other hearsay from that person can be admissible. I'm not familiar with a case that stands for that proposition. I'm obviously familiar with the rule of completeness, but any other hearsay, I'd love to see that case. So I don't think the court has to worry about there somehow being an undue consumption of time. And just because the defense attorney says that something's testimonial doesn't make it so. They have not cited a single case that any of the statements which they've been on notice of that Lauren Almeida is going to testify to, that Ms. Barbara Doulos made to her, are somehow testimonial in nature. So I would ask the court allow us to have the witness testify to the specific acts that we've talked about, and just ask the court to deny their objection.
Thank you. Well, the court is going to scan a few items using a grocery store analogy. First, counsel spent in almost every case of every juror about at least 1 hour to determine which jurors would be appropriate jurors for this case. One of the salient questions to the jury concerned the ability to pay attention. And that was with regard to the anticipated number of hours of video evidence. Well, the court is going to credit the jury with being able to pay attention beyond many hours of video evidence. So the fact that some evidence may hang for a while before being picked up is not a reason for this court to believe that this jury cannot tie up evidence when it is time for them to deliberate. Secondly, there is a discussion between testimonial and non-testimonial hearsay. So the court has to hearken to Crawford v. Washington. If the testimony is if the evidence is non-testimonial, then the rules of evidence would apply. If the evidence is testimonial, then that evidence cannot run afoul of the defense's right under the Sixth Amendment. But we leave that discussion there. It was stated by the defense that this court would have to relitigate the family matter, the dissolution matter. This court in no way litigates the dissolution matter. The dissolution matter involves testimony and rulings concerning alimony, pendente lite, and post-judgment, child support, pendente lite, custody, pendente and after dissolution, visitation, health insurance costs, educational costs, exclusive use and possession of the marital home, pendente lite, and post-judgment. This court is not litigating the family matter. So that premise is without merit. Under our rules, prior bad acts may not be admissible to prove bad character, criminal tendencies, or proclivity. However, prior bad acts may be admitted for other purposes, such as motive, malice, intent, identity, knowledge, absence of mistake or accident, a system of criminal activity, common scheme or plan, evidence that will help corroborate crucial prosecution testimony, or to prove an element of the offense. Nevertheless, if prior bad acts are admitted, the probative value has to outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice. So the court cannot remember the court will refer to it as the grocery list of statements from the next witness. However, the court cannot at this point determine where those groceries will go until it hears more from the witness. In this case, as the court has stated before in discussions with counsel, the hearsay exception of state of mind cannot consume every thought that the declarant had and make it available to the jury. Because then that exception becomes the rule. In this court's view, the then existing mental or emotional condition of the declarant has to be focused. In other words, it's not just a matter of what the declarant said under a certain set of circumstances. The exception goes to the mental or emotional state. For example, fear or anxiety or terror. So simply everything that Jennifer Farber-Dulos may have said to the housekeeper, from what the court heard from the state, would not fall into that category. But the court would have to hear the testimony. So concerning the issue of prior bad acts and what may be admissible, the court at this point understands that the testimony can go to malice and motive. However, everything that is said does not go to malice and motive as expressed from what the court understood the state plans to elicit. So the court will be keen to entertain the objection if it appears even if it does not appear, that simply everything Jennifer Farber-Dulo said to her housekeeper is coming into evidence. That is not the court's understanding of the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. The court is going to allow testimony of marital discord. However, the fact that there is marital discord in this court's view is not exceedingly probative. It's whether or not the statements by Jennifer Farber-Dulo go to motive to murder, her fear, her anxiety, her terror. Not simply whether she did not like something that Fotis Dulos was doing. So the court is going to allow testimony of marital discord. The court will be keen to essentially use a colander to determine what is relevant and what is not. Do we need to take the Porter factors and the discussion of Porter is going to take up too much time right now. The jury is out. Be done today. We still have a half hour.
That's
So what the
correct.
court would prefer to do is take up the next witness tomorrow morning, take up the Porter arguments.
That's fine with the state judge. I'll just note that what we're probably going to do then is not ask the representative from the laboratory to come tomorrow. Depending on the court's ruling, we'd ask that she come on Thursday.
Well, the lineup for tomorrow is probably going to be Ms. Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And after Ms. Almeida.
We have Detective Tom Patton. But I don't anticipate his testimony is going to be terribly long. But Ms. Almeida may take a substantial portion of the day.
Thank you. So we'll start now with Ms. Almeida.
A quick question, Your Honor. If the court is going to allow some of the marital discord testimony, will the court give a cautionary instruction to the jury about the limited nature of that testimony, and specifically in light of the fact that it's only, well, relevant to maybe the allegation involving Mr. Doulos, but is even one step further removed from Ms. Troconis in that regard.
Well, the court will consider limiting instructions after both the state and the defense have had the opportunity to cross-examine and examine later.
Your Honor, I'll wait for the jury, then I'll call myself in.
Counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, the state calls Lauren Almeida.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Lauren Almeida, LAURENALMEIDA.
And your business address?
Well, there's no need for a business address. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Almeida.
Afternoon.
Ms. Almeida, how old are you?
32,
And where did you grow up?
Newington, Connecticut.
Who do you currently live with?
I live with the Doulos kids.
And did you graduate high school?
I did.
Which high school did you attend?
Newington High School.
Could you just keep your voice up just a little bit?
Newington High School.
And did you also attend college?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
University of Connecticut.
And what did you study at the University of Connecticut?
Psychology.
Did you graduate?
Yes.
What year did you graduate?
2013.
And you mentioned that you currently live with the Doulos children.
Mhm.
Did you know someone by the name of Jennifer Doulos?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw or spoke to Jennifer Doulos?
May 24th, 2019.
And did you know someone by the name of Fotis Doulos?
Yes.
How did you know Jennifer and Fotis Doulos?
I nannied for them starting in September of 2012.
Were Jennifer and Fotis Doulos married?
Yes.
When you met them in September of 2012, where were they living?
4 Jefferson Crossing in Farmington.
Where was Mr. Doulos originally from?
Greece.
Did he speak English?
Yeah.
Did he speak with an accent?
Yeah.
Where was Jennifer Doulos originally from?
New York.
And you mentioned the Doulos children. How many children did the Doulos family have?
5.
And what are the children's names?
You have Petros, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noel.
And could you give the jury their age ranges currently?
Yep. Currently, Petros and Theodore are 17, Christian and Constantine are 15, and Noel is 13.
And you mentioned that Petros and Theodore are 17 and Constantine and Christian are
15.
15. Are they twins?
Yeah.
So the Douloses had 2 sets of twins?
Yep, 2 sets.
And when you met them in September of 2012, what was their respective age range?
Noelle just turned 1, I believe. Krishan and Constantine were 4, just turned 4, and Petros and Theodore 6.
How did you get introduced to the Dulos family in 2012?
I worked at a daycare center for a few years, and someone that I used to also babysit outside of the daycare told me that she knew someone that needed help.
Well, the question is, how did you end up working for the Dulos family? Well, this is preliminary, so overruled.
You did mention that you worked at a daycare center. Would you just continue your answer?
Yeah, so someone that worked for Jennifer and Fotis said that she knew of a family. She introduced myself and my sister.
And was your sister also a babysitter?
Yeah.
What's your sister's name?
Ashley.
When did you first actually begin babysitting for the Dulos family?
It was September of 2012. I don't know the exact date.
How often would you babysit them beginning in September of 2012?
It started off just like a Saturday or a Sunday. Like I would usually work Saturday and my sister would usually work Sunday, or we would swap. And then over time, I started to work more and more for them.
Were you and your sister the only babysitters for the Dulos family?
No.
You mentioned that you would work a Saturday or a Sunday. What were your typical hours at that point?
It varied. Usually like early morning, like 6 a.m. sometimes, because Noah would wake up early, and I wouldn't leave until like sometimes 9 or 10.
Were you still attending school when you first began babysitting for the Dulos family?
Yeah, I was in my final year.
What types of activities would you do with the children while you were babysitting with them?
We did a lot of puzzles, magnet tiles, and games, board games. It was a lot. They like to play pretend and dress up. They also water skied, so we would spend a lot of time doing that.
And would you actually go water ski with them?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Dulos do for work when you first met the family?
He owned his construction business.
What was the name of the company?
Ford Group.
And you mentioned that it was a construction company. What type of construction?
He was building luxury homes.
Where was the office for Ford Group located?
It was in Fort Jefferson Crossing. It's in their home.
Whereabouts in their home?
It was like right above the garage. They had a 2-bay garage, and above that was a space for the office.
What did Jennifer do for work when you met the family?
I knew she was a writer, but I didn't really know much more than that.
Were Mr. Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos ever home while you babysat?
Yeah.
How often would you say they were home when you were babysitting?
Most of the time.
How would you describe the dynamic of the Dulos marriage when you met them in 2012?
I mean, I tried not to judge, but he was gone a lot, but I just figured that was just kind of what it was in their house. But overall, when I first started working for them, they seemed to get along just fine.
And how did they act towards one another?
In the beginning? In the beginning, they were nice towards each other. I mean, from what I saw, at least in the beginning.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
From what I saw, at least in the beginning.
And did you continue to babysit for the family for the remainder of your final year of college?
Yeah.
And for that final year of college, were you just working weekends?
Yeah, because I was going to school during the week.
I want to direct your attention now to May of 2013. Did your role with the family change at that point?
Yeah, so May 2013, I graduated college, and I didn't really have a job in place yet, and Jennifer offered me a full-time position with the kids.
And what days of the week were you, well, I guess I should ask a preliminary question, which is, did you accept the job?
Yes.
And at that point, did you become the sole babysitter or nanny for the children?
I guess I became like the main one, but there were still some people that would come in, or sometimes there would be two of us, mostly on the weekends, because the kids were in school, or they were like at least in preschool, so it's easier with just with one. But
And what days of the week were you working for the family at this point, now that you're a full-time employee?
I think it was like Monday through Saturday, so I always worked a weekend day, but it was like half a day, so I wouldn't go in until like maybe like 11 or 12.
When you say half a day, you're referring to the weekend day?
No, the weekend day was like a full day, from morning to night. So during the week while the kids were in school, I didn't have to show up like as early as I would on the weekend.
And what was a typical workday for you as the nanny?
Well, the younger ones, it's like, you know, helping feed them or helping Jennifer if they had like certain activities that day. Just playing with them, keeping them busy, playing outside, giving them baths. I would help with dinner, help with like cleaning up after them.
During this time period, did you ever go on vacation with the family?
Yes,
Where did you go on vacation with the family?
all the places.
Yes.
So I've gone to St. Bart's with them. I've been to Florida. I've been to Greece a few times. I went to Virginia once with Fotis. We went to Colorado.
Did both Jennifer and Mr. Dulos attend these vacations?
Not all of them.
All right. And when you say not all of them, who would not attend?
Jennifer.
And did Mr. Dulos ever travel without the children or Jennifer?
Yeah.
Can you describe the dynamic between Mr. Dulos and his children?
Yeah, I mean, when they were younger, they kind of just, they listened to whatever their dad said. They didn't get a lot of time with their dad, so their time was mostly on the weekend. And I was with them most of the time on the weekend. So they did whatever Fotis asked them to do. But yeah, that was like the main time that he spent with the kids.
How often would Mr. Dulos travel without the family?
A lot, where I don't know the exact days, but enough where it was, you could tell it was a little odd how often he was traveling.
Could you describe the dynamic between Jennifer and the children?
Yeah, it was very silly, her relationship with the kids. They always wanted to be next to mommy. It was just kind of what it was. And she would sing to them and laugh at them. And she never raised her voice. She was like so soft spoken and never got angry. And she was just like incredibly nurturing.
What types of activities did Jennifer like to do with the children?
Oh, she would take them to we'd go to these bounce houses all the time with Jennifer. For like around the holidays, getting the Christmas tree was a really big deal, and going pumpkin picking, and she'd draw with them, do puzzles with them.
Did Jennifer like to water ski?
No.
You had mentioned that the children did like to water ski, however, correct?
They water skied.
Okay. Did they not like to water ski?
They water skied a lot. So I saw times where they didn't want to, but still had to.
And as you worked full-time for the Dulos family, did you begin to develop a friendship with Jennifer?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
I confided in her with a lot of things, like in my personal life. I just always trusted her. She was my boss, but she was someone that, we just connected really well. We just worked well with each other. I knew what she liked, what she didn't. She knew what I was good at. We had a really good relationship.
Did you ever meet any of Jennifer's family?
Yeah.
Who have you met?
Her mom, Gloria, her father, Hilly, when he was alive, her sister, Melissa. I've met her cousins.
And you mentioned your father. Has he passed away?
Yeah.
What year did he pass away?
I think it was February of 2018, I think.
And is Gloria still alive?
Yeah.
How old is Gloria?
No, I think she's 88 or 89, but I don't want
Not
to get that
positive.
wrong, but she's great.
Did there come a point in time when Jennifer began confiding in you things about her relationship with Mr. Doulos?
Yeah.
Did Jennifer ever express to you her feelings on whether Mr. Doulos was paying enough attention to her?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did Jennifer ever express to you a desire to avoid arguing with Mr. Doulos?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Would you tell the jury what she said?
She just felt like arguing with Fotis, like he was harsh and she didn't like conflict. So she could never really like express how she really felt because it kind of got looked over.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September of 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Did you begin working at Ford Group?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Doulos, by the way, did he own Ford Group for the entire time that you babysat and nannied for the family?
From what I knew, yeah.
How did you come to begin working for Ford Group?
So I was working full time for the family from May of 2013 that year. And like I said, I still didn't have like a full-time job, the nannying was. And so he just asked if I was interested in coming into Ford Group and, having this opportunity. I just decided to take it.
And were you working full-time for Ford Group after you took the job?
No, it was like half Ford Group and half being a nanny.
What type of hours were you working for Ford Group?
So usually I'd go in at like 8:30, 9 o'clock in Ford Group. And then depending on the kid's schedule, I would have to leave around 1 or 2. Maybe basically like cross the door. And then I was with the kids until like 9-ish, 9:30.
And just to be clear, 9-ish, 9:30 at night, correct?
At night, yeah.
How many days a week were you working for Ford Group when you began being employed by Mr. Doulos?
5 days, so Monday through Friday.
And were you still nannying 6 days a week?
Yeah.
Did you have any regular days off?
Yeah, usually at that point I was having Sundays off. But if I needed like another day off, it was like with Jennifer, it was kind of easy to do that. But usually Sundays were my day off at that time.
What were your responsibilities with Ford Group?
In the beginning, it was really just like office work. I was like organizing folders, things like that. I would really like worked alongside Fotis. So I would follow him along to work sites and he would show me some things because I was totally new to this whole world. And then eventually in time, I became in charge of the punch list at Ford Group, which was when a house was built, the owners would have a list of things that they wanted to finish off. Like there's a chip here or whatever. And I would be in charge of making sure that that gets done.
How did you view Mr. Doulos when you initially began working for Ford Group?
Oh, I saw him as like a role model and a mentor. And I thought at the time he's giving me this really great opportunity. So I considered him a friend.
And did Mr. Doulos encourage you to go back to school?
He did, yeah.
What did he encourage you to study?
Construction management, but he also was pushing for me to get my real estate license.
Was there a telephone number that was associated with Ford Group?
Yeah, it was Fotis's personal phone number.
When you say his personal phone number, are we talking about a landline or a cellular phone?
No, like a cellular.
And did you often see Mr. Doulos answering work-related calls or sending emails?
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Doulos kept his cell phone with him at all times during your time working for Ford Group?
Yeah.
When you were working for Ford Group, did Jennifer ever express to you what her intentions were with the children? Excuse me, strike that. When you were working for Ford Group, did Jennifer ever express to you how she wanted you to handle the summers?
Yeah.
What did she say?
Kind of said that.
Objection, Your Honor. Close for hearsay.
Well, did Jennifer ever express to you how she wanted you to handle the children during the summers? question is, did she express to you how she wanted you to handle the children, overruled?
You can answer.
Okay. Yeah, I would because the kids wouldn't be in school, so I would be with the kids full time.
And how many employees did Ford Group have when you began working for them?
Not a lot. It was very small, so like a handful.
When you say handful, can you just be a little bit more specific for the members?
Yes, I would because I have to count. I would say like 5 or 6, maybe.
Was Pavel Gumiani one of the employees?
Yep.
What was his role with, actually, before I ask that, when did he begin working for Ford Group to your knowledge?
Oh, to my knowledge, I don't know. He was there when I started, even just babysitting before I ever even worked for Ford Group, but I don't know when he started. But
Okay.
and he knew the family for a while. That's all I knew.
So by the time you began working for Ford Group, he was already working for the Ford Group, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was his role with the company?
He was a project manager. He kind of did everything, to be honest.
Did Jennifer know Mr. Gumiani as well?
Yep.
Would he assist her around the house?
Yeah.
How would he assist her around the house?
He would change out the light bulbs when they went out. He would build. I know he built they had this very beautiful playscape in the backyard. I know he built that. He would even sometimes help pick up from the airport after a trip.
Did Jennifer ever work for Ford Group?
Not that I know.
And you'd mentioned that Mr. Doulos was a role model to you during this time.
Mhm.
Why did you consider him to be a role model?
When I first started working, he was just incredibly nice. He made me feel comfortable. He was funny. He, was fresh out of college. I didn't know what I wanted to do and nothing to do with any of the work I've ever done. And it seemed like he just wanted to push me and, make me better.
And did there come a point in time when the dynamic between Jennifer and Mr. Doulos began to change from when you first met them?
Yeah.
Could you describe how the dynamic changed for the jury?
The big dynamic change was in March of 2017, which is when Jennifer found out about his affair. And a few months after that, it totally changed.
So I want to direct your attention now to March of 2017. Did you take a trip with the Doulos family?
Yeah.
And where did y'all go?
The kids had a 2-week break, and so the first week we spent in Aspen, Colorado, and then we flew to Miami for the second week.
Who went on the trip?
The first week was myself, 5 kids, Jennifer Fotis, and his friend Mark Masiello.
And I think you already mentioned this, but why did the family decide to take a trip in March as opposed to?
Oh, the kids, their school vacation, they get 2 weeks off in March. So that's why we went in March.
Where were the kids going to school at the time?
They were going to Renbrook. It's in Farmington.
I'm sorry?
It's in Farmington.
And where in Colorado did you vacation?
It was Aspen.
And what types of activities did you and the children do while on the trip?
Well, they ski. They're very good snow skiers. So they would ski. Noelle, who was younger than everyone else, we would just hang out, walk around the town a little bit. She would ski a little bit. Or whoever was tired, they would basically come back with Jennifer and I, and we would do the hot cocoa stuff. And but they skied a lot.
And how old was Noelle at this point?
6 maybe.
And where did you stay in Aspen?
Jennifer's father won a house through a charity auction, so we stayed there for a week.
And did there come a point in time during the trip where Mr. Doulos told the group he had taken the children to an adult club?
Yeah.
Who was present for this conversation?
Myself and Jennifer.
How did Jennifer react upon hearing this?
She like shocked because they were little and they were going to a day club. And so she was like, we were both kind of like disgusted, I guess is the word.
And what was Mr. Doulis's demeanor like as he was relaying this information?
He was excited that he like paid off the people to let his kids into this day club where, yeah. He seemed really happy about it.
And approximately how long did you guys stay in Colorado?
It was about a week.
And at some point, did you travel to Miami?
Yep.
And I assume you flew?
We flew, yeah.
And who went to Miami?
So myself, the 5 kids, Jennifer, Fotis, and then Jennifer's mom, Gloria, met us in Miami.
And where did you stay in Miami initially?
Initially, we stayed at the W hotel there.
And describe some of your daily activities in Miami. I assume you're not skiing
Yeah,
anymore.
no snow skiing, but there was water skiing. So
Okay.
they went from snow skiing and they went to Miami to water ski. So really, that was the activity.
And where would the family ski?
It's a Miami ski club.
And who would go to the ski club?
Myself, the kids, sometimes Noelle would stay back with Jennifer. Jennifer would not go and Fotis would go.
And during this trip, did Jennifer discuss her relationship with Mr. Doulis with you?
She did.
Objection.
Well, at this time, did Jennifer discuss her relationship with Mr. Doulos with you? The answer is either yes or no. Overruled.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
Objection.
Well, what did she tell you about the relationship?
I'll rephrase. What did she tell you about the relationship?
Objection.
Well, that question is very broad. All calls for an answer that could be a narrative. So the court is going to sustain the objection, but allow you to pursue the line.
You mentioned earlier that Jennifer had found out about the affair. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
What did Jennifer say to you about the affair when you were in Miami?
Objection.
Well, that's going to be overruled.
You may answer.
She told me she believed that Fotis was having an affair.
And did she say why she believed that?
She just said she had this feeling he's been acting weird. And I didn't really believe her at first.
When you say you didn't really believe her, what do you mean by that?
At that time, I had a good relationship with Fotis, and I believed him to be an honest guy. And I couldn't imagine him having an affair where there's 5 little kids involved.
So what did you say to her?
I said, no.
Objection.
Ground.
Hearsay.
But what this witness said is not hearsay. This witness is testifying about what she said, not what another declarant said.
It's an out-of-court statement, Your Honor.
Well, it's an out-of-court statement, but this witness is the declarant. The witness is telling the jury what she told Jennifer. She has personal knowledge about what she told Jennifer. Overruled.
What did you say to Jennifer?
I told her I don't think that's true.
What was her demeanor like during this conversation?
She was very anxious, like kind of tight. And she seemed upset.
Was anyone else present for this conversation?
Oh yeah, her mom, Gloria.
Now, during this trip, did you meet someone named Michelle Troconis?
Yep.
Do you see Michelle Troconis in the courtroom?
Yep.
Would you just point her out and tell us what color shirt she has on?
Beige.
Judge, she identified the defendant.
Thank you. The record will reflect.
Where
Well,
did you,
before you proceed, you have about 2 minutes perhaps. This is an appropriate point at which to conclude today because you're about to go into other matters that are more significant than just identification. Sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude.
Thank you for watching day 3 with me. Please hit that thumbs up. Have a good night.